Hello. Hey, I've been raided. I've been raided off Scream. Hello, Cyanothepop. Hello, Cyano the Pop. The Pop. Hello. How are you? I've been raided. I've been raided when I've been away doing things that people that are away do. We have so many nice things for today. You will be so shocked. You will be so aved. Our guest will be here in... Hello. Our guest will be here in... Let me calculate. 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is... Uh, 2 hours from now? No, wait, no. 1 hour, 20 minutes from now. That's better. 1 hour, 20 minutes from now, we should be having our special guest, which is 7 p.m. EST, because of light saving. The clock has moved in the US or something, and now it's all confusing. Life has become one big maze that I cannot navigate. So we have... Oh, wait. Do you know Mike Knowles? Do you know who that is? We're gonna watch Mike Knowles as a warm-up. You ready? Are you ready for Mike Knowles as warm-up for our thing? Where's the thing that I wanted to... Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Apologies. I have to... There we go. I want to watch and stream people that have bravely sort of... What's the word that I keep forgetting? Confronted Mike Knowles. It is a brave thing to confront an aggressive, big, right-wing figure with their audience, with their microphone, etc. Hello, Glitch Master. Hello. That's right. That's right. Mike Knowles. That's right. So I'm gonna put on the headphones. I'm gonna click the react thing. And we are going to check it out real quick before we do anything else. And we do have a lot to do today, as I have tried to prepare this time. React. This is a trans person actually... Oh, I'm gonna subscribe. Excellent. Excellent debate, Tipster Live. Subscribe. Actually subscribe to this person, which, while we're at it, a trans creator that I've not known about, that has a channel. Hello, hello. So why not? Why not give them a thing, right? Why not give them a subscription, right? Isn't this a logical step? Hold on. There we go. So this is it. This is the confrontation. Let's see if the audio is on the right levels. We have an opportunity to make sure everything is on point. It is, for once. Let me take a Pringle.
Hi, Michael. My name is Demi. In the recent past, you've advocated for the outright eradication of transgenderism from public life with the claim that the supposed right of confused people to pretend to be the opposite sex necessarily infringes on your right to distinguish between men and women.
Damn. Michael Knowles has problem distinguishing between men and women. What does that tell us about him? Maybe he craves for men secretly. Alex sent me, but I was coming here anyway. Thank you. Thank you so much. Fake Alec Kyle Parker, you mean? Oh, Alec Gunter. Thank you.
I'm standing here now, a biological male wearing a dress with a pair of leggings. Do you sincerely believe that I should be subject to punitive justice on the basis of what I'm wearing? And if so, are you willing to turn yourself in for wearing women's panties in your gay college film?
I guess my next question will be, what's wrong with a man wearing women's clothing? Even if they identify as a man. I'm already subbed, but definitely a good shout out. What would be actually bad with a man identifying as a man wearing women's clothing? A lot of women wear men's clothing and that's considered acceptable. So I guess the answer is it's that for a man to wear women's clothing is considered demeaning in some way and bad. Therefore,
well, I'll take those questions in order, I guess. The first one, I would encourage you to behave as a man, is what I would do, because you are a man, and I don't know how exactly you came to the point where you think you're a woman or very much would like to be a woman, but you aren't. And I don't think anyone who is affirming your delusion is helping you. I don't think that they're...
I'm not sure if I accept such advice from a person that will never be a real man. Bam! Tss, boom, tss. There we go. I did it. I did my super big insult. I insulted his masculinity. I questioned his manliness. If I were there, I would have said, I am pumped full of estrogen, and yet I'm still more manly than you will ever be. Bam. Damn.
They're actually an ally of yours. I think they're lying to you, and I think it's very disrespectful, and I think it will not lead to your flourishing. I think it will only immiserate you. And so you might hate me for...
That's right. I'm so miserable in my happiness. What does that even mean? Oh no. I am so miserable that Michael Knowles does not accept me. Damn. How will I live it down? I guess I won't. Which is bad because it's degenerate. Aren't drag queens basically that? They are born male, identify as men, but enjoy the feminine aesthetic that women's clothes offer. Yes, they are. And right-wingers hate them, so... My question stands, since right-wingers hate them. You know?
For telling you the truth, but I think the truth will set you free. And furthermore...
Yes, the truth will set you free, and also Arbeit macht's frei. That's right, Michael Knowles.
Your masquerading as a woman does infringe on the legitimate rights of other people, the rights of women to have their own bathrooms. I don't know.
Right, yeah, because women absolutely don't have their own bathrooms. With separate stalls that each woman go to. That's absolutely not a thing. Oh, wait. Yes, it is.
If you're an athlete, I'm not much of an athlete myself, but the rights of women to have their own sports leagues.
Oh, their own sports leagues, you know. The thing that a streamer called Conyer has talked about. how historically women have been separated into their own brackets because they started to win against men, and that was unacceptable. So they had to be separated into their own sports brackets. I remember that. I remember Conyer talking about that. It was a very interesting topic. Huh. It's interesting how that goes.
And the like. That is not something that you have a right to do, no matter how sincerely you believe the fantasy that you're a woman.
What does that mean? The fantasy that you're. What does that mean? I have no idea what that means. The fantasy that you're a woman.
As to that Yale thesis film, this thing dogs me. You know, back in my wayward youth, I was never a transvestite or a homosexual or anything, but I was something even more morally suspect. I was a professional actor, and I played 200 roles, I would estimate, in my acting career. Soldiers, football players, real macho guys. But you play one half-gay guy in a Yale thesis film one time.
Half-gay guy? What is a half-gay guy? I only want half the cock. And half I don't. Half-gay guy. What is that?
So all anybody wants to talk about. And by the way, I don't remember the exact wardrobe from that undergraduate thesis film, but I think it was male attire, but it was a bit risque. There's no question about that. The only further thing I will say about that Yale undergraduate thesis film, that is the most heterosexual thing that has ever been produced at Yale University, okay? So in the land of the blind, I guess.
You're in it, so I doubt it.
The one-eyed man is king.
Bam! Another bam!
In any case, I think your second question was a little bit more of a joke. Your first question, it seems like a sincere question, and my answer to you is sincere.
Which was a non-answer. It was just a non-answer.
I'm happy to answer any more questions you have, but I'm not going to lie to you. And I think the people who...
Bisexual people are not half gay. That makes no sense. That's stupid. I'm sorry. Half gay.
Who are
Dragon
continuing
half.
to lie to you about so basic an
Half
aspect
gay.
of your nature and the rights that you have in political
Half
society
gay, half
are not
straight.
doing you any favors at all.
So having yearned for the
Cock.
days when it was illegal to cross-dress in San Francisco, I'm just very curious why you're so comfortable, wearing drag in these films. It's a really silly.
Sure,
silly, it's a
I don't
silly
know. I was an actor and I
contradiction.
wore silly costumes. I don't know what to tell you. If you have a sincere question about the issue or my stance on transgenderism or
What the hell is transgenderism? Also, I guess trans people are okay as long as they all declare themselves actors. Then, we're just lifelong actors. We're just playing a lifelong role. There we go. So I guess it all becomes fine. Wait, drag queens are actors. They're performing, literally. So why is that wrong and why is your acting good?
any advice that you might be seeking, I'm happy to do it. But if you merely want to say that
So you acting out a role is okay, but drag queens acting out a role is bad.
Yale is a bit of a queer school. And,
Game from the waist down, where it matters.
I was in a student film. I guess I was, and I was basically the most macho guy at that school. What does that tell you about Yale University?
I highly doubt that. I don't believe that for a second, that Mike Knowles was the most macho guy in this university. Does he look like a macho guy to you? He spent all of his macho points at university, I guess. Is the title of actor a cheat code for societal acceptance? Yes, unless you're a drag queen, in which case, no.
When you harp on your right to distinguish between men and women, are you afraid that you're going to be attracted to trans women?
I'm not.
You, sir? Are you positive?
Say it again. I didn't hear the second part.
Then why is it that you harp on your right to distinguish between men and women if you can always?
I would have phrased this question a little bit differently. I would have said, are you afraid you won't be able to tell? Therefore, are you afraid you're gonna be attracted to a trans woman and then find out that you weren't with a cis woman?
Tell why is it so hard?
Well, because it's not even merely that you're putting on a dress, it's that you and people who identify as transgender are
Nobody identifies as transgender. You identify as agender. That is, people don't identify as transgender. That's not how that works.
infringing upon rights and spaces that
People are transgender because they don't identify with the gender they were assigned. You know what I mean.
properly belong to women, and you have no right to do that. And so when you ask me, why do you care?
I don't even know what that means to identify as a transgender.
About this issue.
I identify as someone that identifies not with the gender that they've been assigned at birth with.
By the way, it's not just me. It's like the vast majority of voters who care about this. The reason is because we live.
That's also not true. That's a fantasy. Now that's a lie, if I've ever heard one. If the majority of voters care about this so much, then why is this issue such a non-starter when it comes to voting an election for right-wingers? Why is it always such a failure, harping on this? And it's demonstrated that focusing on this topic is just a non-starter when it comes to electoral politics. The Law and Justice Party in Poland tried this. The leader of Law and Justice, Jarosław Kaczyński, tried doing rounds all around Poland making transphobic jokes, and it just didn't land. So they quickly moved on from this topic because it was a non-starter. And then they switched to refugees and immigrants, and that landed a bit more. Because that lands a lot more. But no, it's absolutely not true that the majority of voters think about this topic.
Live in society and we have political rights, and also because we care for the truth. And the very fact that this always happens with the.
You do not care about the truth. The truth is the last thing that you care about, Mike Knowles. You said you were the most macho guy at your university. You do not care about the truth. That is not a thing that you care about. Do people not call themselves transgender? Yes. But it doesn't follow that they identify as transgender. Right? Just because you're human, it doesn't mean you identify as human. You just are human. Just as transgender people are just transgender. They are transgender because they identify as a gender different from that which was assigned to them at birth. So what they do identify as is the gender that they identify as, not as transgender per se. My gender is not transgender. That was a low blow for a poor guy in denial. Poor Knowles. True.
Sexual revolutionaries. They always say, if you oppose. If you don't agree with the idea that a man can secretly be a woman, then maybe you're a transgender or something. I think.
Wait, what? Secretly? Secretly what?
The idea that a man can. If you oppose. If you don't agree with the idea that a man can secretly be a woman, then maybe you're a transgender or something. I think.
What does that mean?
The implication is quite clear, which is that you recognize there's something obviously disordered about this identity. That's why in your attempt to insult people who are pointing out the truth, you're accusing them of that very same thing. But that inclination, that impulse to see that as a disorder should be instructive to you. And
What? What is this twisted logic? What are you? What does that mean? Yes, Lucy is a woman, not a secret new thing called transgender. That's what you mean? Yes.
I think it could help you if you would allow yourself not to just cast it on someone else, but to look in the mirror.
What?
If you ever want to explore your true self, my Instagram is @demigloom, DEMIGLOOM.
Thank you so much. I'll have to take a rain check.
What is happening? We have a second video. A second sort of person that has also confronted. Now I remember the word. I will not forget the word anymore. Now that I've got it, I've got it. Okay? I've got it hardcore. So, let me see. I'm not getting into the whole Gamergate 2.0, by the way. It's ridiculous. Okay. Let me see. Memes. Memes. Why can't I find... My Discord is too confused. My Discord is far too confused. That I cannot even find. Oh, here. So we have another person that has confronted Mike Knowles about... It's time about abortion. And here I will have a few things to say. I will have a few logical fallacies to debunk. Think it's more about the difference between property and self-description. That what I'm simply true about you, and that what you see as part of your essence. Right. What? Okay. I'm ready to show you.
Hi, Michael. Do you believe that organ donation should be mandatory?
I do not.
You do not.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see in a moment.
Okay, so if you believe that even a dead person has the right to bodily autonomy, even if that dead person's organs could save up to 8 lives, and yet you also believe that women should be legally mandated to sacrifice their bodily autonomy in order to save the life of a fetus, by your own logic, a corpse has more right to bodily autonomy than a living, breathing woman.
Well, you imposed upon me a liberal view that I do not hold, which is that my views of abortion come from some sense of bodily autonomy. I'm not a...
That is a lie. And you will see in a moment why. You will see in a moment why Mike Knowles claiming that he does not believe in bodily autonomy is a lie. By his own admission.
Huge autonomy guy to begin with. I don't think that I own...
That's a lie. He is an autonomy guy, and he's gonna say it himself. He's gonna say it himself in this video.
Own my body. I think my body is sort of a gift, and I have obligations to my creator.
My body is a gift. I have obligations to my creator. That is what he's saying now. He will expand on it soon. And I will draw conclusions, what it actually means. Just you wait. I'm gonna big brain this. I'm gonna give you my analysis and commentary.
The reason that I don't support mandatory organ donation is not because of some liberal conception of autonomy or something. It's because
You'll see.
that's not what your organs are for. Your organs are for you. Your lungs are to bring oxygen to your blood. Your heart is to pump blood around your body. Your liver is to take care of what I will probably do later on at the bar after this speech.
This is an interesting bit. Your liver is for the thing that I'll be doing after this speech. So in other words, in Mike Knowles' world, women have to be pregnant because wombs are for carrying children, but livers are for consumption of alcohol. So in other words, in Mike Knowles' world, it's okay to be pregnant and drink like crazy because liver is for the consumption of alcohol. Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Mike Knowles. Thank you for this outstanding logic.
And so on and so forth.
People laugh, but they didn't actually catch that by his logic, it's perfectly fine for pregnant women to just drink till they pass out.
Organs are not for you. Your organs are not for me. So you can give an organ donation, and that can be a lovely thing to do, but you aren't obligated for it because things are known largely by what they are for.
Okay. It sounded like you were just going to be anti-organ donation for a second. I was like, that's weird.
No. But I am against, going in and stealing people's organs. I think that would be quite wrong.
How can you steal from someone who's dead?
Stealing from a person who isn't alive.
Plus, how can you steal from someone who... Wait, hold on. How can someone steal from you that which you don't own by your own admission? You said you don't own your body. You said that it was given to you by your creator to use. So nobody can steal your body from you. It doesn't belong to you to begin with. What if I say I consulted God and God told me you have a duty to give all of your organs up when you die? What's going to be your response to that?
Which gives
Just,
them
I
more
think
right,
desecrating bodies is pretty
more right
bad,
to their own
or
body
like
than-
digging up graves is bad too, yeah.
That okay.
If you don't believe that withholding resources like life-saving organs, which you would die without if you have organ failure, if you don't believe that withholding resources like that means that you're killing a person, would you be pro cutting the umbilical cord rather than removing a fetus so that the fetus would no longer be able to grow?
I mean, that would, of course, the problem with that is that would potentially cause a shock to a woman's body or any other pregnant person's body, and they could potentially die
Without the
if a dead fetus would be inside of them.
nutrients it needs.
But that's besides the point within the hypothetical.
Oh no, I think it would be wrong for a mother to kill her child. So I don't view my organs, say, as resources, as you've put it, in a kind of like material.
I mean, you sort of do. You said they have a purpose. They're built for something, which makes them a resource by... That makes them a resource by definition.
Liberal
They
way. I kind of think of them as my organs, and I think of my body as...
Oh, they're not your organs. You already contradicted yourselves. How can they be your organs in your body? You said that does not belong to you. So it's not yours. It's God's.
My body, and I think of me as a person, not just a big sack of flesh that can be chopped up for the pleasure of...
This video is 7 minutes long, and you contradict yourself constantly.
Some liberal technocrat. Call me old-fashioned, I guess. But then turn to this example and you say, well, okay, what about cutting the umbilical cord eventually you do cut the umbilical cord when the baby comes out, but
that's going to be another contradiction in a second, by the way.
Cutting the umbilical cord or otherwise killing the baby, I think that would be quite wrong to do.
Why?
Because your baby is not for your killing. Your baby is not justifying some kind of murder. That was the topic of our discussion tonight. And furthermore, a woman's womb, which is another organ that you haven't brought up, has a purpose too. And the purpose of the woman's womb is to grow a baby.
So the purpose of a woman's womb is to grow a baby, but at the same time, a purpose of a liver is to drink. So again, I return to the beginning of the video when I said, in his world, a woman should be pregnant and drink as much as possible.
Baby is not just, a clump of cells or a parasite
Who knew?
or any other dehumanizing way that the liberals talk about it. The baby is your baby, and when mothers kill their babies, that's contrary to reason and contrary to nature.
That's not true. Many animals in nature eat their babies. So it's absolutely not contrary to nature for parents to devour their children, actually. And nature does not even operate on reason. There's no reason within nature.
So, back to what I was saying, you love doing this thing where you go off about some nonsense that isn't what the original question was about.
Logic, yes, yeah, I know. I do occasionally,
logic
apply
entirely
that.
Interesting that you'd call that logic.
Unrelated to what I was saying in the first place. But
what were you saying? Perhaps I misunderstood. I thought
Wait, if you misunderstood, then...
I understood.
You misunderstood. So withholding resources.
Right. Yeah, I suppose I just don't.
Someone will die.
Yeah,
when
I
you
suppose
have organ failure, not having an organ donor kills you. Surprise. So withholding resources from them, that isn't killing, that isn't wrong. But withholding resources from a growing fetus, somehow that's different. And the way
as
you
I tried to
make that leap, so I'm getting confused there.
You are getting confused. As I tried to explain,
should have avoided using the word resources, because he's just gonna retreat to saying that I don't treat that as resources, so it's fine. I just don't treat it as resources.
You are beginning with a premise that all of our organs are just undifferentiated resources to which any of us might be entitled. And that's a novel view. It's a view held by, I guess, some rather extreme liberals or materialists, but it's not a view held by me. I don't think that it's all just undifferentiated flesh. I think that things like organs have both form and matter. So
that's just empty babble. Have form and matter, and they do matter.
So there's the matter, there's the flesh, there's the stuff, but then there's the form, which tells you about what that thing is.
Oh.
And so my liver might look a lot like your liver, but they're different livers. One's mine, for instance.
What does that mean? What does that mean? What do you mean? Okay. Oh. Washed up actor, the form and matter of my kidneys. Oh my gosh.
And one is yours. So you don't have a right to mine, and I don't have a right to yours, because your liver is for you, and my liver is for me.
But I could use that argument. Wait, okay, so... Okay, I return to the beginning. Do you remember when I said that he lied when he said that he's about bodily autonomy? Do you know why I said that now? That he lied about the bodily autonomy. He said, 1, my body is not mine. It was given to me by the Creator for a purpose. And then he said, my body is for me. and for nobody else. What does that tell us? Oh yeah, it tells us that he is for bodily autonomy. It's just that his bodily autonomy comes from God. That's it. Of course, he only believes in bodily autonomy for himself and not for women, but that's a totally different thing. But yes, he does for me, and nobody woman could say, yeah. But you sort of forget about it when it comes to pregnant people for some reason.
Cause it
That's and not for anybody else.
which is
Side thing has defeated himself. He has just KO'd himself. Very interesting.
Internal organs, but a living, breathing woman does not.
Well,
okay, I understand.
No,
Thank
I don't think you do understand, because I don't think you understand very well at all, unfortunately, because you're suggesting that the baby is an organ of the...
No, that is not what's being suggested at all. What is being suggested that the baby is a separate thing from the woman, and that a woman's organs are not for that separate thing. The woman's organs are for herself and nobody else.
The woman, which is preposterous, obviously. You know, the baby is differentiated from organs by its DNA, by how it will develop.
I love how Mike Knowles just goes deeper and deeper into this argument that goes directly against what he said before. And he's so proud of it.
I don't think she's listening to the rest of my answer. Matt!
I'm gonna go back for a second. Is this really the face of the most macho man at his university? Are we really to believe this lie of this man being the most macho man? I just don't believe it. Somehow, the body language does not scream macho man.
You know what that was like?
When was this? The video was uploaded 18 hours ago. It was apparently very recently. Some recent event.
That girl knows something so smart, which is, when I was a young man, a single guy, right, the best way that you could really, if you liked a girl and, you know, the girl was seeing some other guy, the best way you could needle the guy is by getting the guy's name right. You say, hey, you know, how's Mark doing these days? Oh, actually, his name is Mag. Oh, yeah, whatever. Yeah, okay.
Macho man.
Real nice. It's not Smokey Matt, not Smokey Ben, not Smokey Candace.
Mr. Michael Knowles
Yes.
has time for one more question.
Only one.
That was the most unmanly thing that I have ever witnessed. Very unfortunate. Boom. It is me on Zoom. Small dick energy. Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. Okay. I'm gonna do this. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I have things for you. I have nice things for you. You gotta stop swearing, that's right. So, before we go to... Sorry, Marak's like he's scared of folks knowing about it. We all know about it. It's not fooling anybody. We're gonna watch something very interesting because we've been talking about... Did you know that it's been just a few days ago? It's been a special anniversary of Poland joining NATO. And I want to show you something interesting. If you're interested in old things, I'm going to show you a fragment of Polish news. But it's not just going to be Polish news. It's going to be the Polish news from the end of 1993. We're going to watch and we're going to see. We're going to see from the perspective of hindsight is 2020. We're going to see how things are now. And we're going to see how things were shaping up to be in the year of 1993. Isn't that cool and exciting? 1993. React. Boom! Friday. Look! We're back to 1993. Let's go. Friday. It is Friday today as well. So, let's go. I'm gonna translate it, of course. I'm gonna be good and I'm gonna translate it to everybody.
Francji i Niemiec zapowiedzieli poparcie Polski.
Hold on. Dun, dun, dun. Information. That's right, a couple of years after the fall of the Soviet Union.
Ministrowie spraw zagranicznych Francji i Niemiec zapowiedzieli poparcie polskich dążeń do wejścia w struktury zachodniej Europy.
So, the foreign ministers of Germany and France have have announced their support for the joining of Western structures of Europe, of Poland. Poland is going to be allowed to join Western structures such as the EU.
Feministki w parlamencie zapowiadają walkę o pełne prawo do aborcji.
Feminists in the parliament are announcing that they will fight for the full right for abortion. Oh gosh. So, it's been a while since it's been 1993. And unfortunately, that goal, as of yet, has not been accomplished. Unfortunately, we are living in the year 2024, and that particular goal has not been accomplished quite yet. So, damn. That is actually pretty sad to see. Video quality was so variable with color video from the 70s until the early true.
Arbitraż szansą na dochodzenie swych praw przez polskich biznesmenów.
Wait.
Aborcji. Arbitraż szansą na dochodzenie swych praw przez polskich biznesmenów.
Okay, so arbitrary is a chance for Polish businessmen to seek justice for their rights. Fascinating stuff. Information! Information!
Informacje Adam Pawłowicz,
Adam Pawłowicz is giving you the information.
witam Państwa.
Hello everybody. Hello guys.
Układ o Stowarzyszeniu Polski z Unią Europejską wejdzie
Woo! Alright.
w życie 1 stycznia 1994 roku.
So a thing about Poland joining the European Union will come into effect on 1st of January 1994. So that's something that we're looking forward to. You see, in 1994, our road to joining the European Union will begin in the earnest. Yes, it is. No, it's an information segment on the station called Polsat. The news station is called Polsat, the segment is called Information.
Zapewnił minister spraw zagranicznych Andrzej Olechowski.
Minister of Foreign Affairs Andrzej Olechowski has said that the road of Poland to the European Union will begin in earnest in 1994. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for 1994. 1994 cannot come fast enough. Damn.
Przebywający w Polsce szefowie dyplomacji Francji i Niemiec
The diplomats of France and Germany that are in Poland
zapowiedzieli poparcie naszych aspiracji
has said that they will support our aspirations
na najbliższym szczycie Unii Europejskiej.
on the nearest summit of the European Union. Wow! So they will support us on the nearest summit of the European Union. Oh, I cannot wait. I'm gonna cover it live. I'm gonna stream it. I'm gonna stream the 1994 European Union summit, unless it happens still in 1993, in which case I'm gonna stream it and I'm gonna cover it in 1993 still. That is what's gonna happen. That is absolutely what's gonna happen, because I am a big proponent of Poland joining the European Union. It'll give us so many benefits. We'll be able to join the shared market. We'll be able to enjoy the borders, which will be maybe open or something, I don't know. And we'll be able to sort of enjoy, increased security against places like Russia. Oh, yeah. And maybe alongside the European Union, we have a chance of maybe at some point joining a structure such as NATO. Damn, wouldn't that be pretty cool if we were able to join NATO as well? I hope that happens. Well, let's watch rest of the news. I just can't wait to see what's gonna be said. What awaits us? What other wonders awaits us? Well, let's watch. Wow. Damn. What an exciting year 1993 is so far, huh? What an exciting year 1993 is.
Podczas przedpołudniowego spotkania z szefami dyplomacji Francji i Niemiec prezydent Lech Wałęsa powiedział, że po zjednoczeniu Niemiec w Europie nie dokonano żadnych zmian strukturalnych.
Okay, so during a meeting with the diplomats, our beloved president Lech Wałęsa has said that after the unification of Germany, no real structural changes have been made to Europe. And I have to agree. I have to agree with our president. That is true. No structural changes have been made to European Union indeed.
Jest to stanowczo za mało, jak na 4 lata po upadku komunizmu w Europie.
It is definitely too little 4 years after the fall of communism in Europe. Too little. We demand more structural changes in Europe.
Dodał prezydent.
Added the president. Wow. Such a wonderful president. I sure hope he won't lose his next election.
Szefowie dyplomacji Francji i Niemiec zapewnili, że będą popierać starania Polski o włączenie do struktur zachodnioeuropejskich.
Yes! Nice! So as I said before, the diplomats of France and Germany have said they will give their full support to integrating Poland into Western structures.
Układ o stowarzyszeniu Polski z Unią
When saying the fall of communism in Europe, Lech Wałęsa isn't talking about the fall of the Soviet Union. He's talking about the emancipation of all the satellite states, etc. Hold on.
Unią
struktur zachodnioeuropejskich.
Wkład o Stowarzyszeniu Polski z Unią Europejską.
See, sort of union thing, the thing for Poland joining the European Union
Wejdzie w życie 1 stycznia
will
90.
come into effect on the 1st of January 1994. 1994. Wow, I just, as I said, I cannot wait. I cannot wait for 1994 to come. It cannot come soon enough for my taste. It will be the most wonderful year.
Roku i byłoby nie na miejscu, gdyby się miał z jakichkolwiek powodów opóźnić.
And there's no reason that it should sort of become delayed.
Francja i Niemcy popierają także wyrażoną przez Polskę i inne państwa Europy Środkowej wolę ściślejszego stowarzyszenia z europejskimi i atlantyckimi strukturami bezpieczeństwa.
Oh! France and Germany are also supporting the wish for Central Europe countries to join the structures of the Atlantic security alliances. Damn! I didn't see that coming, so maybe, just maybe, Poland might join NATO after all. Wow! So we're not just talking the European Union anymore. Now we're talking the big leagues. Now we're talking NATO as well. Wow. I did not expect such bombshell of news at the end of the year 1993. Wow. What do you think will happen in 1994? So many possibilities, so many... Damn, the potential is endless, it seems. The future looks bright, that's for sure. I think that once we all join the European Union and NATO, we won't be at risk of an invasion from Russia ever again.
Jest rzeczą naturalną, że Polska, stając się członkiem stowarzyszonym z Unią Europejską,
It is natural that when Poland becomes an associated member with the European Union,
powinna stać się także członkiem zachodnich struktur obronnych.
it should also become part of the Western defense structures.
W wydanej po zakończeniu trójstronnych rozmów deklaracji
So, in a declaration written by all three countries,
szefowie
signed by all three countries,
Francji i Niemiec zapewniają, że udzielą Polsce zdecydowanego poparcia w jej aspiracjach.
Germany and France have given their guarantee that they will support 100% Poland in its aspirations.
To trójstronne spotkanie jest oznaką, że widzimy Polskę w zachodnioeuropejskich strukturach.
This free-side meeting means that we are definitely seeing Poland as part of our Western structures. Damn.
Zakończone dziś spotkanie szefów dyplomacji tzw. Trójki Weimarskiej
The ending of the diplomats of the so-called Weimar Triangle
było już trzecim z kolei.
has been a third in a row, a third meeting.
Inicjatorem spotkań był niemiecki minister spraw zagranicznych Hans-Dietrich Genscher.
Hans-Dietrich Genscher, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Germany, was the one that initiated this meeting. Was the mastermind of this brilliant event.
Pierwsze odbyło się przed 2 laty w Weimarze.
The first one happened 2 years ago in Weimar, hence the Weimar Triangle.
Współpraca w trójkącie dotyczy kontaktów wojskowych, parlamentarnych, współpracy młodzieżowej, naukowej
Okay, so it's all about all sorts of cooperation, military, youth cooperation, parliamentary cooperation, all sorts of cooperation. This is going to be brilliant. I think Poland is not going to go against Germany ever again.
I kulturalnej.
W obecności ministrów spraw zagranicznych Niemiec i Polski wręczono Tadeuszowi Mazowieckiemu i wdowie po kanclerzu Willy Brandcie
Tadeusz Mazowiecki and the widow after Willy Brandt were given flowers in the presence of the diplomats from France and Germany.
nagrodę polsko-niemiecką.
A Polish-German award.
To honorowe wyróżnienie przyznano po raz pierwszy.
This honorary award has been given for the first time ever.
Minister Andrzej Olechowski
The minister Andrzej Olechowski
powiedział o Willy Brandcie, że był wielkim
has said about Willy Brandt
Europejczykiem i
that
niemieckim
he was a great European
patriotą.
and a German patriot.
Andrzej Szczypiorski uznał
Andrzej Szczypiorski
wspólnie ustanowioną przez Niemcy i Polskę nagrodę
has said that the joint German-Polish award
za dowód zbliżenia obu narodów.
is proof of the two nations of Germany and Poland getting closer.
Jego zdaniem dokonuje się ono poprzez wspólne chrześcijańskie korzenie Niemców i Polaków.
According to him, it is because of the joint Christian roots of both Polish and German people.
Dlatego gest pojednania Tadeusza Mazowieckiego z kanclerzem Helmutem Kohlem
And that is why the gesture of unity of Mazowiecki with Helmut Kohl
podczas mszy w Krzyżowej 3
during the sort of prayer thing in the church 3 years before
lata temu równy jest uklęknięciu kanclerza Willego Brandta przed pomnikiem ofiar getta
is equal to the kneeling of the German minister before the victims of the ghetto monument
20 lat wcześniej.
20 years earlier. Wow! Aren't you all excited?
Gdańska popołudniówka Wieczór Wybrzeża podała, że syn prezydenta, 19-letni Przemysław Wałęsa, po spowodowaniu wczoraj wypadku samochodowego
Oh no! The son of the president, 19-year-old, let's me...
19-letni Przemysław Wałęsa
The 19-year-old Przemysław Wałęsa just yesterday caused a car accident. The son of the president. Oh my god, what's that all about?
po
Damn!
spowodowaniu wczoraj wypadku samochodowego próbował zbiec i w
Oh,
trakcie
he tried to run away. So the president's son, young Wałęsa, Przemysław, I already forgot his name, caused a car accident and tried to run away from the place of the accident.
w trakcie pościgu potrącił jeszcze policyjną nysę.
And he ran over a police car while trying to run away.
Według gazety miał on ponad 2 promile alkoholu we krwi i stawiał opór, znieważając policjantów.
And he was very drunk and opposed the police officers.
Parlamentarna grupa kobiet skieruje do Sejmu projekt zmian w ustawie antyaborcyjnej.
True. Karasu, are you excited for the year 1994? How excited are you for 1994, Karasu?
Parlamentarna grupa kobiet
The parliamentary group of women
skieruje do Sejmu projekt zmian w ustawie antyaborcyjnej.
will send their own project for an abortion bill. So we might be getting full abortion rights in 1994, which I, for one, am very excited for. I am so excited. I'm waiting for it. I am waiting for it.
Parlamentarzystki zwróciły się również do premiera Pawlaka z prośbą o przywrócenie urzędu pełnomocnika do spraw kobiet.
They also asked to the Minister Pawlak for him to return the office of the representative of women. In 1994, I was doing my entry to high school and I was reading Jurassic Park. Wait, what do you mean was? What do you mean? What do you mean you were? It is still 1993. 1994 is still before us. What do you mean? It's the 1993 news, not the 1990 whatever future talk you're doing here. What do you mean? What are you talking about? We're not even in 1994 yet. Of course it's 1990. Why would we be watching news from 1993 if it wasn't 1993? I'm covering the news. I'm a streamer that covers the news. What do you mean? I'm doing news coverage as a political streamer should. Oh, nice. Well, I hope you do well. I hope you do well in your elementary school exams. Wow. Damn. I love covering the news in the 90s, in 1993, waiting for Poland to finally join the European Union someday.
Być może już w przyszłym tygodniu parlamentarzystki skierują do Sejmu projekt nowelizacji ustawy antyaborcyjnej dopuszczający przerywanie ciąży z powodów społecznych.
So maybe next week the women in the parliament will send a bill project that will allow women abortion for social reasons, whatever that means. Whatever that means. Damn. Wow. So we might actually get full abortion rights soon, it seems, because you know what? Wow.
Przewodnicząca grupy Barbara Lobuda z Unii Demokratycznej i posłanka SLD Danuta Waniek
So Democratic Union and SLD parties
skrytykowały zapis konkordatu dotyczący możliwości zawierania małżeństwa kościelnego. Zdaniem posłanek zapis uderzy w osoby, które z różnych powodów nie zgłoszą małżeństwa kościelnego w Urzędzie Stanu Cywilnego.
Oh, there's also a criticism that you need to sort of register your marriage in a church or something. That's pretty stupid. I hope that goes away. I hope that's gonna go
Stają
away.
na tym również bigamiści. Posłanki opowiedziały się też za legalizacją konkubinatu i przeciwko zniesieniu rozwodów. Największą przeciwniczką konkordatu jest Barbara Lobuda.
On utrzymuje uprzywilejowaną pozycję kościołów w Polsce.
True. This church marriage crap just keeps the position of the church of being privileged. That is bad. That is bad, isn't it?
Uprzywilejowaną w stosunku do wszystkich innych, jak to się mówi brzydko, podmiotów gospodarczych, bo chodzi o kwestie gospodarcze, chodzi o kwestie finansowe, ale także o władzę polityczną. Jestem temu przeciwna. W ogóle jestem przeciwna przywilejom dla każdej instytucji, a w tym wypadku chodzi o kościoły.
So that lady says that she's against the church being privileged, or any institution being privileged for that matter.
Grupie kobiet
And that is about financial, political, etc. power, that one institution should not be privileged. And I agree. Maybe in 1994, we'll see the decline of the power of the church in Poland. Fingers crossed.
znalazła się większość posłanek i senatorek, jednak nie ma w tej grupie m.in. Hanny Suchockiej.
Senat zgodził się na przesunięcie do 29 grudnia terminu przedstawienia przez rząd przyszłorocznego budżetu.
Oh. Wow. The budget will be pushed.
Senatorzy zaakceptowali też poprawkę w
boring.
tegorocznym budżecie.
W tej sprawie. Senatorzy domagali się jedynie, by dodatkowe pieniądze trafiły do sfery budżetowej.
That's boring.
Zdaniem prezes Narodowego Banku Polskiego Hanny Gronkiewicz-Waltz wykonanie
Hanna
tej ustawy
Gronkiewicz-Waltz, the boss of the National Bank.
w Osobowej Izbie Wyższej 73 senatorów.
Boring.
Dzisiejsze głosowanie
Ministerstwo Przemysłu chce, aby związki zawodowe zbrojeniówki zajmowały się wyłącznie sprawami płacowymi i pracowniczymi.
That's even more
Natomiast
boring.
rozstrzyganie problemów ekonomicznych przemysłu zbrojeniowego należy pozostawić dyrektorom zakładów.
Damn.
przemysłu zbrojeniowego, płacowymi
Okay,
i przemysłu.
I will
Chce, aby
I will do the boring topic because you love it.
związki
ustaw sejmowych.
Ministerstwo Przemysłu
The Minister of the Ministry of what's the manufacture. The Ministry of Manufacture
chce, aby związki zawodowe zbrojeniówki zajmowały
wants the unions of the army of the arms manufacturing
się wyłącznie sprawami płacowymi i
to take care of only sort of things related to people earning their pay.
pracowniczymi. Natomiast rozstrzyganie problemów ekonomicznych
And when it comes to economical
przemysłu
problems
zbrojeniowego
to the arms manufacturing industry,
należy pozostawić dyrektorom zakładów.
that should be left to the directors of the manufacturing factories.
W ostatnich latach o problemach przemysłu zbrojeniowego mówili przede wszystkim związkowcy.
In recent years, about the problems of weapons manufacturing industry, only the unionists have been talking about that problem.
Uważają oni, że solidarnościowe rządy zrobiły niewiele, aby ratować ten przemysł.
They think that the government of Solidarity has not done much for the weapons manufacturing industry in Poland.
Dziś delegaci Solidarności przyjechali do Ministerstwa Przemysłu, by dowiedzieć się, w jaki sposób rząd zrealizuje deklarację Waldemara Pawlaka.
And today, the representatives of Solidarity have went to the Ministry of Manufacture to talk how this can be moved forward.
W exposé zapowiedział on ochronę strategicznych gałęzi przemysłu.
He said that the strategic branches of the manufacturing will be protected.
Zdaniem przedstawicieli Ministerstwa Przemysłu problemy zbrojeniówki powinni rozwiązywać dyrektorzy zakładów.
According to the Ministry of Manufacturing, the directors of the individual manufacturing plants should be fixing the problems of the weapons manufacturing thing.
Natomiast jeżeli chodzi o samych związkowców,
Roman Czerwieński, Vice Minister of the manufacturing.
myślę, że trzeba im dać większą szansę rozmowy na tematy płacowe i pracownicze, a nie zmuszać większych. Natomiast jeżeli chodzi o samych związkowców,
When it comes to the unionists,
myślę, że trzeba im dać
I think we need to give them a chance
większą szansę rozmowy na
to talk about
tematy płacowe i
salaries
pracownicze, a nie zmuszać ich do rozmów na tematy bieżące
and not force them to talk about the current things regarding the companies.
przedsiębiorstw.
Związkowcy przyznali, że nie mają wyłączności na rozwiązywanie problemów branży.
The unionists admit that they don't have the monopoly on solving the problems of the industry. How cool.
Przypomnieli jednak, iż to właśnie oni jako pierwsi stanęli w obronie przemysłu zbrojeniowego.
They reminded, however, that they were among the first to stand in the defense of weapons manufacturing industry.
I w dalszym ciągu chcą walczyć o poprawę sytuacji w swoich zakładach.
And they still want to sort of make the situations in their factories better.
Następne spotkanie odbędzie się po opracowaniu budżetu na przyszły rok.
The next meeting will happen when the budget for next year will be decided. Oh, they're singing the hymn, the national anthem, like in all sorts of protests.
Japoński wywiad wojskowy twierdzi, że Korea Północna wkrótce ukończy budowę rakiety zdolnej do przenoszenia głowic jądrowych w zasięgu 1000 kilometrów.
Oh God, oh no, that is bad news. Oh, I'm worried now. Oh crap. Okay. Calm down. I'm gonna translate this. When I translate this, I think this is the most dire news of the whole news today. I think this should be its own segment actually. God. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna start this with a little bit of an introduction to the topic so that we can get into this properly.
Ukończy budowę.
Okay? So as you know, Korea, right? Korea is not just one Korea. Korea is divided. It's divided into North Korea, which is the bad Korea, and South Korea, which is the good Korea. And the North Korea, we've been hearing, has been working on missiles capable of carrying nuclear warheads, which would be a great danger to international security, especially in the region, especially when it comes to South Korea, and the overall global stability. And what we are hearing now, I'm going to translate this news now, because there's been a new development when it comes to North Korea.
Japoński wywiad wojskowy twierdzi, że Korea
So according to Japanese military intelligence,
Północna wkrótce ukończy budowę rakiety
North Korea will soon finish building a sort of rocket missile
zdolnej do przenoszenia głowic jądrowych w zasięgu 1000 km.
capable of carrying nuclear warheads, and the range will be 1,000 kilometers. That is wild. Isn't it wild? God, I'm getting scared just thinking about it. 1,000 kilometers. They're gonna finish it soon. God.
Umożliwi to komunistom koreańskim zaatakowanie w ciągu 10 minut większości miast w Japonii i Korei Południowej.
So it'll allow the communists from North Korea to attack most cities in Japan and South Korea within 10 minutes. God, things are getting really bad. Things are really getting dangerous, aren't they? That is a scenario that we really, really wanted to avoid. And now it's about to happen. North Korea building a pretty big range nuclear missile. God.
Rosja postawiła nowy warunek wycofania swych wojsk z Łotwy.
Oh gosh. Oh no, there's news about Russia as well. Holy Okay. So not only are we getting news about North Korea, we're actually getting news about Russia as well. And as we know, Russia is still sort of recovering after the fall of the Soviet Union. And it still has some forces in some European countries. And there's been negotiations so that possibly Russia will retreat its forces from the European countries. And right now, Russia has given new demands, new conditions when it comes to withdrawing its forces from Latvia. And we're going to hear what these conditions are. And we're going to discuss it, right? We're going to discuss it. I really hope that they're not ridiculous demands, and I really hope that Russia will end up pulling out its forces out of Latvia, because Russia should not be having forces in foreign countries, right? That is pretty logical and natural.
Zażądała możliwości kontrolowania 3 strategicznych punktów w tym państwie.
What?
Zażądała możliwości kontrolowania
Russia has demanded the control of
3 strategicznych punktów
strategic points within Latvia, and only then Russia will retreat its forces from Latvia.
w tym państwie, a także gwarancji, że żołnierze rosyjscy, którzy zdecydują się pozostać na Łotwie,
And also a guarantee that the Russian soldiers that decide to stay in Latvia
otrzymają przywileje socjalne.
will receive social benefits Okay, those are some pretty ridiculous conditions. You gotta admit, come on. Oh, so we will retreat our forces from your country, but we actually want full control over certain key regions of your country. And by the way, you must give social benefits to all the soldiers that actually decide they won't leave. What? Wow. Wow, Russia is being so docile and friendly. Russia is so docile and friendly in the year of 1993. I'm sure that makes me positive. That makes me so confident that there will be absolutely no problems with Russia whatsoever in the future. That just makes me so hopeful for a peaceful and smooth cooperation with Russia moving forward. Yeah.
Na Łotwie stacjonuje jeszcze 17 000 żołnierzy rosyjskich,
There are still 17,000 soldiers of Russia in Latvia,
a połowa mieszkańców tej republiki to również Rosjanie.
and half of the citizens of this country are also Russians. God damn.
Polscy przedsiębiorcy nie muszą się obawiać niesolidności zagranicznych partnerów.
Polish businessmen do not have to worry about their foreign partners being flaky.
Warunkiem jest jednak zapisanie w umowie klauzuli arbitrażowej, która określa, kto i na jakich zasadach rozstrzygał będzie ewentualne spory. Arbitraż to sposób rozstrzygania sporów. Przykładowo, polski przedsiębiorca podpisuje z firmą zagraniczną kontrakt na dostawę towaru. Zagraniczny partner sporu.
Okay, actually,
Przykładowo,
okay, that is actually pretty funny. Okay. It is funny that Poland did not know what this was until 1993. Arbitration. We are entering the era of arbitration.
Zapisanie w umowie muszą się Rosjanie. 17 zagranicznych partnerów. Polscy przedsiębiorcy
So Polish business people will not have to worry about the flakiness of their foreign partners.
nie muszą się obawiać niesolidności zagranicznych partnerów.
That's good.
Warunkiem jest
But there's a condition.
jednak zapisanie w umowie klauzuli arbitrażowej,
There has to be an arbitration clause in the contract,
która określa, kto i na jakich zasadach rozstrzygał będzie ewentualne spory.
which explains who and on what terms will decide how to resolve arguments.
Arbitraż to sposób rozstrzygania sporów.
Arbitration is a way to handle arguments.
Przykładowo, polski
For
przedsiębiorca
example, a Polish businessman
podpisuje z firmą zagraniczną
signs a contract with a foreign company
kontrakt na dostawę towaru.
to get wares, sort of, to get additional wares imported.
Zagraniczny partner opóźnia dostawę lub dostarcza towar uszkodzony,
And let's say the country from abroad does the delivery with a delay, or the delivered goods are damaged.
przez co polska firma ponosi wielomiliardowe straty.
And the Polish company has many billions of losses.
Polski biznesmen może dochodzić swych praw na drodze sądowej.
The Polish businessman can sort of go to court to fight for his rights.
Problem w tym, że proces będzie toczył się tam, gdzie zarejestrowana jest zagraniczna firma.
The problem is that the court case will happen where the foreign company is registered.
Mogą to być na przykład Bermudy albo wyspy
It could be on the Bermudas
Bahama.
or the Bahama Islands.
Polski przedsiębiorca będzie musiał tam jeździć na każdą rozprawę.
And the Polish businessmen will have to go there for all court cases.
Stanie też przed koniecznością wynajęcia adwokata i tłumacza, ponieważ proces
And also will have to get a lawyer and a translator
będzie się toczył w języku obowiązującym w danym kraju.
because all the court cases will happen in the countries, in the language of the countries where the court cases will be.
Kiedy już otrzyma pozytywny wyrok, co wcale nie jest pewne,
And when the businessman receives a positive verdict, which is not a guarantee,
cała historia może powtórzyć się, gdy
the whole thing might repeat
skazany kontrahent odwoła się do sądu wyższej instancji.
when the other party just decides to go to a higher instance of the court.
W ten sposób proces trwać może wiele lat,
So that sort of process can last for years,
prowadząc do bankructwa polskiego przedsiębiorcy.
which might bankrupt the Polish business person.
Jest jednak jeszcze inna droga dochodzenia swych praw.
There's also another way to look for your rights, to look after yourself as a business person.
Podpisując kontrakt, obie strony mogą umówić się, w jaki sposób rozstrzygać będą ewentualne spory,
So both parties can sort of agree as to how things can be, I do want to watch about. So, this is a way for they both can agree how arguments will be dealt with. And that is via arbitration.
i wyznaczyć arbitra.
Yeah, an arbiter will be selected.
Specjaliści twierdzą, że jest to jedyna droga, która może doprowadzić do odzyskania pieniędzy w przypadku złamania umowy przez partnera zagranicznego.
Specialists say that this is actually the only way to get money from a foreign contractor.
Wyrok sądu arbitrażowego zapada w postępowaniu jednoinstancyjnym.
So it's being decided in one instance. You cannot go to a higher instance, arbitrary court.
Jest praktycznie wykonalnym na prawie całym świecie
And it's doable all over the world practically.
zaangażowanym w handel międzynarodowy.
That does international trade.
Dziś w Warszawie spotkali się przedstawiciele
Wow, that is so cool. Arbitration sounds so cool. What a novel idea in the year of 1993.
Europejskiej
Business, romantic, it's all the same.
Grupy Arbitrażowej działającej w ramach Międzynarodowej Izby Handlowej.
Wow.
Od 2 lat należy do niej Polska, stająca
Poland became part of the international trade thing.
się po roku 1989
Wow.
pełnoprawnym członkiem społeczności międzynarodowego świata biznesu.
After 89, Poland became a full-fledged member of the international trade world. Wow.
Setki małych warsztatów przemysłowych, gabinetów lekarskich oraz zakładów usługowych pozbywa się trujących śmieci niezgodnie z prawem.
Oh God. Hundreds of small workshops, small medical, sort of, small doctor places are getting rid of their toxic trash, not in accordance to law. Damn, can you believe this? This is outrageous. This is just horrible. Breaking the law like that. I cannot believe this is happening.
Co roku w Polsce przybywa prawie 2 miliony ton niebezpiecznych odpadów.
In Poland, each year, 2 tons of dangerous toxic waste trash increases.
Tylko 1/3 ich część składowana jest w odpowiednich warunkach lub niszczona.
Only 1/3 of toxic trash in Poland is being destroyed or kept in safe isolation. Oh my
W
God.
Polsce powstaje coraz więcej firm, które proponują pomoc w pozbyciu się odpadów chemicznych.
In Poland, more and more companies offer help with getting rid of toxic waste.
Spółki te nie posiadają jednak niezbędnych urządzeń do ich unieszkodliwiania.
Oh, but those companies actually don't have the necessary tools to get rid of those toxic waste, trash things.
Groźne śmieci trafiają więc nielegalnie na niezabezpieczone składowiska.
So that trash just illegally ends up on regular trash sites.
a niekiedy wprost do kanalizacji lub rzek.
And sometimes it just goes to the sewage and to the river.
Klientami firm są głównie małe warsztaty przemysłowe, gabinety lekarskie i zakłady usługowe.
And clients of those companies are usually small businesses, small medicine businesses, small manufacturing businesses, small businesses.
Za pozbycie się 1 tony śmieci płacą one od kilku do kilkunastu milionów złotych.
Damn, for getting rid of 1 ton, they pay millions of złotys.
Jednym ze sposobów radykalnego rozwiązania problemu może być niszczenie śmieci w spalarniach.
One of the radical ways of solving this problem might be to burn this toxic trash.
Przeciw ich budowie protestują jednak ruchy ekologiczne.
But the ecological movements are against the building of such burning sites,
które zwykle potrafią zdobyć poparcie miejscowej ludności.
which usually can get the support of local populace.
Nieumiejętne przekazanie tego w publikatorach
What a funny looking man.
spowodowało opory zarówno w regionie bydgoskim, gdzie miała być spalarnia, z
What a funny looking guy.
wszelkiego rodzaju zabezpieczeniami, jak i
I'm gonna catch this guy. Damn. I'm so glad that we have screenshot capturing technology in the year of 1993. Damn, that is good. So what he's saying that the mishandling of things is causing the local populace to be mad and not agree to anything.
we Włocławku samym, którym miał być pośredni punkt gromadzenia odpadów.
Problem odpadów ma rozwiązać ustawa przygotowywana przez Ministerstwo Ochrony Środowiska. Przewiduje ona ulgi podatkowe dla przedsiębiorstw, które zamiast składować odpady, będą je niszczyć przy użyciu nowoczesnych metod.
Right. It has to be done by good methods.
Dwudniowy przegląd dorobku artystycznego mniejszości narodowych w Polsce
Oh, a 2-day look over the artistic achievements of minorities in Poland. Wow.
Dwudniowy przegląd dorobku artystycznego mniejszości narodowych w Polsce ma spowodować ich wyjście z kulturalnej izolacji.
So, a 2-day review of art achievements of minorities in Poland is supposed to help them get out of isolation, of cultural isolation. We will elevate minorities, finally, in the year of 1993. What sort of minorities are we talking about, though? I want to hear.
W przeglądzie biorą udział Romowie,
Oh! Okay. So in this review of art, such minorities will be included. Roma people,
Białorusini, Niemcy,
Belarusians,
Tatarzy,
Germans, Tatars,
Słowacy, Ukraińcy
Slovaks, Ukrainians,
i Żydzi.
and Jewish people. That is interesting. That is very interesting. And in the year of 1993, we're finally bringing minorities out of isolation and appreciating their art. That is such a beautiful moment. We're gonna see some Roma art.
Organizatorzy przeglądu wspólnoty
The organizers of this sort of review
w kulturze mają nadzieję, że dzięki takim
are hoping that thanks to initiatives such as this,
imprezom mniejszości narodowe i ich dorobek
the national minorities and their heritage
znajdą uznanie w kulturze polskiej.
will find appreciation within Poland.
Wiedza o ich bogactwie sprawia, że
The knowledge of the richness of those cultures
łatwiej o akceptację dla inności.
will cause them to be also more accepted. So sharing the culture, sharing the art will also cause increased acceptance.
Ta dzisiejsza impreza
This today's happening, I should have went there. I should have covered it live. Now I'm actually mad at myself. When did it happen exactly? I should have went there with my smartphone and I should have covered this event live. That is what I should have done. But I missed it. And we're just looking at it in the news right now. Damn. I should be better. I should track events more. It's almost 1994. I should do better than this. That will be my New Year's resolution for 1994. I will do better in tracking events such as this.
Jest dobitnym świadectwem tego, że to wzajemne wzbogacanie się kultur będzie służyło na pewno lepszemu
So he says that this sort of thing will surely enrich all sides.
zrozumieniu tych wszystkich narodów
And that it's all about the understanding of all the different nations.
istniejących razem ze sobą w jednej wspólnocie.
And we are all part of a single community. All the different nations are part of a single community at the end of the day.
Według organizatorów
According to the organizers,
kultura ma być jednym ze sposobów współistnienia wielu narodów w jednym państwie.
according to the organizers, culture is a way for many nations to exist within a single country.
To są nasi współbracia i to
These are our brethren. They are our brethren.
są współtwórcy tej kultury, która tworzona jest na ziemiach Rzeczpospolitej.
They are the co-creators of what makes the culture of the Commonwealth, of this land. So it includes Roma people, Belarusians, Germans, Ukrainians, Jewish people, etc. The Tatars, all these people are the co-creators of the landscape of Poland. Isn't that a beautiful sentiment? Isn't that a beautiful sentiment?
Tegoroczny przegląd w warszawskim Ursusie będzie
This year in the Warsaw Ursus, this year's event in the Warsaw Ursus
obejmować występy zespołów
will include the performances of such bands as
folklorystycznych i rockowych,
folklore and rock,
prezentacje twórczości literackiej, wystawy
and literary performances,
plastyczne i malarskie.
plastic and painting. Beautiful. That is so well said. The different national cultures create a joint community. They are the co-creators of the landscape of the culture within a country. That is such a beautiful sentiment. That is such a beautiful, beautiful sentiment.
Złoty Lwy Gdańskie na 18.
I'm sure this sentiment will definitely not change in the future. I am sure that moving into the year 1994, we're just looking at a bright future and nothing bad will happen. Absolutely not. Things are just going to become better, I assure you.
Festiwalu Polskich Filmów Fabularnych otrzymały ex aequo film Radosława Piwowarskiego.
Movie awards, movie
W
awards.
Festiwalu Polskich Filmów
The 15th Festival of Polish Movies.
Fabularnych otrzymały ex aequo film Radosława Piwowarskiego Kolejność uczuć.
The movie called the oh my gosh. The Order of Feelings. The Order of Feelings.
I Grzegorza Królikiewicza Przypadek Piekosińskiego.
And also The Case of Piekosiński, another movie which won an award. Exciting.
Nagrodę specjalną jury
A special award was won by a movie.
otrzymali Mariusz Grzegorzek za film Rozmowa z człowiekiem z szafy.
Oh, so the movie called A Talk with a Man in a Closet received a special award.
I Jan Jakub Kolski za Jancio Wodnika.
Jancio Wodnik is also a movie that won. Sports! Oh my god, our favorite segments of the news. Sports! Oh gosh, oh wow, I'm such a sports person. I cannot wait to hear what sports news await us in this year of 1993. Wow. Wow.
W 17. kolejce francuskiej
Wow.
Ekstraklasy piłkarskiej zespół Cannes przegrał z AC
So this
Monaco
is football news. There's football happening.
0-2. Bramki strzelili Dima w 50.
Someone won 3-0 and some guy scored a goal. Wow.
W 7 minucie i Dżorkiw w 64.
Holy
W
crap.
tabeli prowadzi Paris Saint-Germain z 25
That's a goal.
punktami przed Bordeaux, który ma 1 punkt mniej. Monaco zajmuje 3 miejsce.
That is also a goal. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm such a big fan of football. Congratulations. This is French.
Mający kłopoty finansowe francuski klub Olympique Marseille sprzedał
Oh wow, some French team is having financial trouble
trzeciego piłkarza
and had to sell its third player. Wow.
za $6,5 miliona do AC
$6.5 million.
Milan przeszedł Marcel Desailly.
Oh wow.
Wczoraj w Mediolanie odbyła się konferencja prasowa, na której prezes klubu Silvio Berlusconi przedstawił nowego piłkarza.
That is so exciting.
Desailly po
I'm
raz
so into sports.
pierwszy wystąpi w barwach Milanu 22 listopada. Na San Siro Milan podejmuje wtedy Napoli.
Wow. Weather, that's even better than sports. Oh god, what awaits us in the weather segment? I just cannot wait. What awaits us at the end of 1993? Ooh.
W nocy w centralnej części kraju nadal będzie padał mokry śnieg,
Oh, and the central part of the country will still have wet snow falling.
deszcz lub marznąca mrzawka powodująca gołoleć.
Oh god, it's
Wystąpią
gonna be cold. We have to brace for the year 1994.
zawieje i zamiecie śnieżne. Temperatura od -8 stopni na Suwalszczyźnie
Oh god, it's -8.
do -1 na zachodzie kraju.
Okay, the west of the country is safe. It's just -1.
Jutro zachmurzenie będzie duże. W środkowej
It's
Polsce
gonna be very cloudy tomorrow.
będzie padał deszcz, śnieg i deszcz ze śniegiem. Temperatura od -5 stopni na Suwalszczyźnie do +5 na zachodzie.
Wow, it's in other words, it's gonna be cold and wet.
Uwaga kierowcy, drogi śliskie.
Be careful, it's very slippery. I love these old school buses. I mean, they're not old school, they're current year buses, but I still love these old school buses of current year of 1993.
Obecne
They're so cozy. They're so nice. I love them. I don't even know where this is.
ochłodzenie nie oznacza jeszcze wczesnej zimy. W najbliższych dniach temperatura maksymalna wynosić będzie do +5 stopni.
Damn.
Minimalna -3. W drugiej połowie listopada jak zwykle musimy być przygotowani na deszcz.
We have to be prepared for rain.
Na drogach występować będą gołoledzie.
It's gonna be very slippery in the roads. Exactly, Maya Mayor.
Na koniec
Why is he so happy? Why is he so happy about the roads being slippery and dangerous? What was that?
na deszcz. Na drogach
What the hell? What?
występować będą gołoledzie.
Why is this guy so happy all of a sudden when he heard that the roads are that it's gonna be wet, cold, and the roads are gonna be slippery and dangerous? And that's the face that the guy is making after saying all this. Like, what's wrong with you, current year 1993 guy from the news? What's wrong with you? Why are you so happy? That I cannot fathom it. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Why are you in such a happy-go-lucky mood over weather of all things? Wow. God damn it. Whew. That is so strange. That is so weird. Don't be so happy.
Na koniec najważniejsze informacje dnia w filmowym skrócie.
Oh, so for the end of the day, we're gonna give you the most important news in a, I don't know, TLDR.
Ministrowie spraw zagranicznych Francji
Okay, so it's just gonna repeat that the ministers decided to support Poland getting into the European Union and NATO, which I cannot wait personally. I cannot wait to be able to rest easy that Russia is not gonna get us.
I Niemiec zapowiedzieli poparcie polskich
Yes, France and Germany are gonna support our, joining the European Union, which I cannot wait.
dążeń do wejścia w struktury zachodniej Europy.
Wow.
Feministki w parlamencie
Feminists want to secure abortion, which I'm sure is going to happen in the year of 1994. And definitely the problem will not persist into the far future of 2024. I'm sure that's not gonna happen definitely.
zapowiadają walkę o pełne prawa.
I'm sure that abortion will definitely not still be a problem in Poland in 2024, many years later.
Do aborcji. Arbitraż.
I am certain of it.
Są na dochodzenie swych praw przez polskich biznesmenów.
Arbitration as a way for business owners to get theirs.
To wszystko w tym wydaniu
That's all for today.
informacji. Życząc Państwu dobrej nocy, zapraszam
I
na
wish you good
jutro na
night,
godzinę
and I'm gonna see you tomorrow.
19.
And I'm gonna see you tomorrow at 7 p.m.
Dobranoc.
Good night. Wow, information. Wow. That is so cool. So, the programs of Television Polsat are being edited on computers. Computers are being used for this. Wow, we are really living in the future now. 1993, what an exciting year that the programs are being edited on computers. God damn. That is some future tech right there. Edited on computers. Holy crap. I'm actually pretty scared to think what sort of technological advances await us in the year 1994. That is going to be an exciting time for sure. That is going to be a year to remember, 1994. 1994. Okay. So, how did you like that? How did you like my covering of the news? Do you think I did a good job as a political streamer? Like covering current news? Am I doing a good job covering current news? Tell me, please. Did I do a good job? Or have I failed? Leave your thing in the chat. In the meantime, long shot links. Are we ready for our conversation? Can we have more segments like this? Definitely yes. We definitely can. Because there's a lot of news from ancient times for us to cover. But what I'm wondering if this is actually popular. Holy crap. No, that's exciting. That's for future segment. Okay, now that's... Wow. Our Neighborhoods, 1974, full movie. The housing boom of 1974 in Poland. Excellent translation that I can't verify. It's okay. That's fine. I'm just wondering if people actually enjoy watching something like that. Covering the news from 1993. I mean, in a way, it's just learning history. In a way, you're just learning geopolitics from 1993. You can see what the people were worried about. In 1993, like, North Korea building nuclear missiles that could hit Japan and South Korea. Feminists wanting abortion in 1993. When, spoiler alert, there's a huge argument currently in Poland about abortion still. Abortion is still not a resolved issue to this day. Oh God, I have to take my hormones. So abortion is still not resolved. Okay, I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call you. We're gonna do a warm-up, and then we can get into things. I'm gonna have to... Hold on. I'm calling you now. While I take my medicine. No wonder I feel so ugly. I still haven't taken my HRT. And now I feel pretty again. Okay. Oh, you have not answered. I guess you're gonna join when you can. One moment. I'm gonna set up a thing. Text. Add source. Add source. I just started HRT today. Congratulations, Dawson Pug. It's gonna be an exciting journey of mood swings and crying. So look for... Oh wait, no, never mind. What type of HRT are you taking? Estrogen or testosterone? I guess I should ask that. That is a pretty important question, actually. That is actually probably pretty relevant. Can you join voice? Long shot. Hello? Hold on, I have to write your name. Hold on. Yeah. Are you here? You seem to be here, but I cannot hear you. Estrogen. Okay, so I repeat. Prepare yourself for mood swings, crying. You're gonna be a lot more emotional. If you were emotional already, then prepare to be even more emotional. You're gonna be crying over everything and anything and nothing. You're gonna be crying over everything and nothing. And you're gonna be very emotional. Does that not excite you? Does that not excite you? What? What happened? Why yikes? Why the yikes? Why the yikes? It's true. I'm not lying. I'm not a liar. There you go. It keeps looping? What keeps looping? Can you hear me? Bring it on. Why are we looking at a 30-year-old news broad? What do you mean 30-year-old? It's the year 1993. Because emotional. I mean, I am emotional. And it started with the HRT. I mean, I've always been emotional. It's just... There we go. We've changed the title officially now. Although we're having some technical issues. I'm giving technical support. Because 1993 is the best year. Okay? It's the best year. Get used to it. Get on with the program. By the way, let's see. Let's see how many people have watched the interview. I've uploaded a new video about Riley Grace Rochon, if you know who that is. You might not know who Riley Grace Rochon is for the simple reason that it's 1993 and Riley Grace Rochon has not even been born yet. So, you know, that happens. Jesus. Oh wow, my new video has given me a lot of new subscribers. No, I doubt it. I doubt it's about the new video. Okay, restarted phone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? 15. I watched 30 minutes of it. I liked it. I will listen to more later. Oh, wow. That's depressing that it was that long ago. I don't get depressed. I mean, I do. Never mind. That's a lie. I do get depressed. I do get depressed a lot. I get depressed too much. I do believe I get depressed far too much. Oh, yeah. Hello? We're having some technical issues, which is unfortunate. Don't forget to donate. Don't forget to donate. We can solve the mystery. We can. We can. We certainly can. Okay, let's try something else. Hello? We're on a three-way call. Hello. So, can you hear me? Okay, yeah. Please. Please show me. Okay, let me see. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And can you not hear? You cannot. Hold on. Okay, so okay. Okay. So how is that working? Is that working? Can you hear me? Oh yeah, I'm gonna check something while we're at it. Should be fine on my end. Should be fine. Yeah. Wait. Uh.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I figured out the problem.
What was the problem?
It wasn't me. It wasn't you.
Who was it? A third party.
Hang on, I gotta adjust the volume.
Okay. Nice. We can have our rendezvous.
You're so quiet.
I am quiet?
I got the volume up.
And I'm still quiet? You can
Yeah.
barely hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you fine, but it's very quiet. And
That's because I'm a soft-spoken individual.
well, you're loud. Well, you're not loud, but you're normal when I watch your streams. It's just
That's because when you
relative
watch
to
my
that, it's
streams,
quiet.
I stop being a soft-spoken individual and I become a rowdy person.
Oh, okay. There's also, I noticed a 20-second delay between when I type something in YouTube chat and when it appears.
Yeah, I know.
So I don't know if
I don't
that's
know
an
how to
issue.
fix it, but but yes,
Yeah.
it's an issue.
No, the issue is that the Wi-Fi here doesn't allow for
voice chats.
Yeah, and I remember that because when I talked to my Scottish friend, that was a problem.
Okay.
And I forgot that was the issue. It kept looping. It was connecting and then it was not connecting, but it was still ongoing and it was really weird. But
interesting.
I am here.
Yes. And we can
Sorry
begin.
for the delay.
No problem. We can begin the most important segment, most important thing of tonight. Okay. So if you could kindly introduce yourself to everyone. My voice
My
is
name
quiet?
is Link.
Wait, whose voice is quiet now?
Is my voice quiet?
Oh my god. I'm being gaslit, aren't I? Am I suddenly quiet?
No, I have the volume turned all the way up. I can hear you as long as I'm not talking.
Okay.
It's that faint.
It is. Well, hold on. I have to check something. Okay.
No, it may be internal settings in the app. I don't know.
Scotland
My phone is.
mentioned. Apologies.
Say again.
Scotland mentioned. Maybe there's
Sorry,
something
that was so.
Sorry.
I couldn't hear what
wait,
you said.
Hold on. How about now?
No.
How about now?
No, I think you just raised your voice.
No, I just raised the output volume to 200%.
Oh, yeah, it might be. It might be my app settings. I don't know if that's like I don't have a ton of experience using Discord, but
that's fine. But you can hear me, yes?
I can hear you as long as you talk loud enough. But and I'm not talking, because if I'm talking and you interject, I can't hear what you say.
That means we have to be cordial and not interrupt one another.
Correct.
Okay, so I guess we can start again, and you can start by introducing yourself to everybody.
Oh, well, I wasn't expecting to give an introduction, but my name is Lynx. I've been living in Bloomington, Indiana since 2010. And around 2014, I officially became homeless. I was unhoused, but not living in a tent or in my car a couple months prior to that, maybe 6 months prior to that. But I don't know what kind of grand introduction I can give. I can just start with my story.
I mean, that's a great introduction, right? You're telling us who you are and what your sort of story is. That's an introduction.
Right. I'm telling my life story.
Right.
Yeah, so it's a big task to get it right.
I mean, there's no way to get it wrong, right? It's your life. You're...
Good point. Good point.
Okay, so...
All right. Yeah, so before I start, I want to say that if anyone has a question, when I kind of, things start winding down, like in chat or something, I'm happy to answer it. Or, and also, I would like to say that normally when I talk about my opinions or about what I believe to be true, I don't always caveat it. So if I say something that is that sounds like a generalization, that doesn't mean that I'm not aware. It could mean I'm unaware, most likely, and I'm open to hearing, I'm open to being wrong. I can't tell you how many times in my life I've apologized for things. So I'm open to that. I just want people who are listening to understand that I'm aware of some things sometimes that I don't say, and I'm just trying to be succinct about where I'm coming from.
Okay.
So I was born in 1976 and in Baltimore, and my family moved around a lot in my early years around the U.S. I lived in a couple places just south of where I'm at in Indiana, and I lived on an Indian reservation in South Dakota. I lived in.
Is it okay to ask what your parents did for a living?
My dad was in the public health service. He's a pharmacist.
Okay.
At that time, he was in the public health service, and he was taking jobs with private hospitals at the time.
Okay.
When we moved to Kodiak Island, he had just joined the Coast Guard and was a pharmacist there. I lived there for 4 years at the end of the 80s.
Wow. And your mom?
My mom didn't work at the time.
So stay-at-home mom?
Yes, because I have a sister, a year younger sister, and we were young enough where, we still needed to have, a parent. So Alaska was very significant to me in my life because it was a time where I was becoming aware of the world outside of, domestic life. I was allowed a lot of freedom to explore, like, forests and coastlines. I mean, I could literally I could walk down to a stream and fish salmon and bring it back. And I walked half a mile.
Sounds like happy time.
Well, yes, it was very, very fond memories, both like initial social introductions, with girls, with friends. It had, it's probably still has a very high population of Filipino and Japanese people who come there to fish during the fishing season.
Yeah.
And a lot of my friends were Filipino and Japanese.
Did you pick up any of the language by any chance? Any of these languages?
No, I was too young. It was when you're in grade school, you're doing grade school things.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, for the first 3 years, I walked about half a mile to my elementary school.
Wow.
On my own. So I have that.
Giving you physical toughness for years to come.
Yeah, I can say I walked I walked a mile to school in, a blizzard, which I walked half a mile in a blizzard sometimes, but
damn.
But anyway, it was for a variety of social and personal reasons. I was becoming aware of things beyond what family life, and
right. You could even say you were sort of becoming aware of even things outside of the US in a way, since you met with sort of foreigners that came to fish, right?
I was. There was also a significant Russian Orthodox community there in culture. There's a lot of different cultures. There's a Aleutian culture that was very visible in businesses and in museums and, shops and stuff. It was a good introduction. I wouldn't say I was like cognizant of like what was going on with other, people that
Right.
came from these different places.
Well,
But
it was a start. It was a starting point.
right, it was a good introduction
Right.
to.
It's difficult to know everything from the get-go.
What's that again?
It's difficult to know everything from the get-go. You have to learn.
Right. So at the end of, I think it was 1990, my father was transferred to a different military base in Mobile, Alabama. And people who live in the U.S. or have some knowledge of like the difference between the Northwest or the far Northwest, Alaska in particular, versus Deep South culture. It is basically like there's not like any connection socially. Like I moved from a place where basketball and soccer was like what kids did, and riding our bikes down
Did
to
you
the
do it?
beach and
Did you do basketball and all these things?
yes, basketball was my sport. I took it all the way up to a 2-year college. I'll get into that later. But I moved to Mobile, Alabama, where everyone was into college football, and it was their upbringing was totally foreign to me. And it was at a time where like I really loved living where I had been in Alaska. And all of a sudden I'm going from like black sand beaches and mossy forests to red clay dirt and super hot summers. And I had never lived in, so far south. And I was now going from, at the time, Alaska had a very good public education school, and they kind of still do, I think. But I now had to go to a Christian-run private school.
Oh.
And
so it was a difficult adjustment period.
It was more. I was able to adapt, but that is something that is significant with me. I never fit in. Like one thing that happens is when you move to a place where they have like an accent,
right?
You tend to pick it up.
Yeah.
I never picked it up, and people would notice that like almost instant.
Right. You would stand out.
What's that?
You would stand out. Because you
Yeah,
spoke differently.
Yeah.
And what about
was,
you mentioned the education. What was the difference between Alaska and the Deep South?
Well, one example is in 5th grade, I took a woodworking class. And also 5th grade was in the high school building in town. The elementary school where I used to be going, where I walked to, was on the outskirts of the Coast Guard base. But now I had to take a bus all the way into town where the high schoolers were. So I mingled,
with
like I had like what's that?
You mingled with the high schoolers.
Yeah. And I even had in 5th grade, I had a 7th grade girlfriend for a little while. And that was like a big, huge gap. But it was...
Did that go
well? It was fond memories, yeah. Like very fond memories, but it was I was just learning to like interact with the opposite sex. I was learning to interact with like
How old were you again?
things that weren't childish. Uh,
Sorry, how old were you at the time?
at that time,
Yeah.
I can't never remember ages. I was in fifth to sixth grade, and then I left after that. Um, I know that sounds really young, but it was so vivid and it was significant and very impressionable to me.
Right, yeah.
In a way that my schooling that came after is more of like a tolerance for what I had to manage. So when I went to this new private school, my parents are Christian, non-denominational Christian, and there was a private school that was funded by them that they wanted me to go to. In Alabama, the educational system is really poor, not well funded. It's very dependent upon the neighborhood, or however they divide up the city, and the tax dollars go to certain schools. You get better courses or a more broader range of courses. This was a good school in terms of the teachers and the education. It wasn't, for the standards of a Christian school in that area, it was one of the most liberal, but it wasn't liberal. It was relatively, not strict. I was there from sixth grade to 10th grade. And I played basketball. I excelled at that. I was a starter. It was a thing. I mostly talked around.
Maybe a strange question, but have you ever considered in your youth doing it like a career? I'm going to be a basketball player in the future kind of thing?
No. I did. I'll get to it a bit later when I did a short stint at a junior college, a 2-year college. But I quickly, I went a different direction in my life. But basketball for me was kind of a retreat. It was, I enjoyed it. I did good at it. And I was recognized for that. And it was something that helped me at that time in my life. It wasn't a horrible experience at the school. It was just, I didn't really. It was when I started to notice that I wasn't able to, like, I didn't identify with, like, how, I don't know how, like, every school's different, but there are cliques in different schools and different kids hang out with different, kids all the time during lunch. So yeah, I'm sure that's a universal thing.
It is.
I could get along and talk with like other people on an individual basis, but I didn't identify with like their conversations completely. And the one that I was like really interested in, the more rebel troublemakers, they really didn't, I was just kind of like a hanger on in that sense. Like they didn't really accept me. They were just kind of indifferent and didn't include me in their extra, outside of school stuff, hanging at the mall or whatever. So I didn't really feel included in a group. And that would be a running theme in college and later on. But there was some political issue with, I was playing basketball, and then one year I started playing baseball, and I wasn't good at baseball because I'd never played it before.
Right.
And the coach was, the way he like handled it, it was like, okay, you can be on the team, whatever. And I felt like my time there wasn't worth my time. And they were doing these other pickup games, and I wanted to practice. So I quit baseball, and I didn't think anything of it. And the coaches thought that I was some kind of like quitter. And so the next year, in 10th grade. I go to try out, and I'm like the only person who doesn't get on the high school varsity team, even though I was a starter every year. And, I had been talked to about like, hey, you've got a sure shot going on this because, you have potential. And so that really, I didn't make the team, and that kind of really hit me. And I kind of went wayward and just kind of did like these, I was always mischievous growing up, like innocent mischievousness, like stealing the other team's mascot suit and having fun with it in the locker room, and getting in trouble for that. Just innocent stuff.
Right.
But then this 10th grade year, I cheated on a test. I got caught. And apparently I was on probation from the prior year, or they thought like this was going to be a running trend. So I got expelled from that school.
Oh.
And I went to...
For cheating
yeah.
once.
What's that? The cheating?
For cheating once, you got expelled from school.
Well, the prior year in 9th grade, I had done something, and I can't remember what it was. Oh, and this was a school where the principal paddled you if you did something like really bad.
Right, because
so,
you usually when you cheat on a test, they just give you a bad grade and expect you to repeat the test. That's how it works in Poland.
Oh, really? Well,
yeah, they catch you cheating and they say you cheated, so you just failed the test and you're expected to you're expected to repeat it. You're expected to write it again and this time not cheat.
Yeah, it's different with this being a private school. They are more disciplinary than the way public schools would handle the same.
Interesting. In Poland, actually, the private schools are more lenient because they want to make money.
Oh.
And in Poland, public schools are stricter because they don't care about money. They don't get money from you, so they are strict.
Yeah, there is an incentive with private schools to recruit athletes, especially in places where if there's a city that has a couple different private schools, and even public schools do this. They will recruit, say, hey, come here. You got a shot at, being second string or starting or something like that.
I mean, you were an athlete, right?
What's that?
You were an athlete.
Yes. I wasn't recruited though. I just I had skills at that age, and it was it was good for me. So anyway, the way they handled it was they thought I was going to be an issue for them, a recurring, I was going to be problematic, and I got kicked out. And I went to a public school, and that public school was abysmal. Is basically, imagine a huge 3-story cinder block building with maybe 10 windows. Some classrooms didn't have any windows.
Oh God!
And it was just, it was, horrible cafeteria food.
Well, there was a cafeteria. Silver
the people,
lining.
Yeah, but the people there were more because it wasn't a private Christian-run school. It was about country boys or rednecks, and I don't mean that demeaningly. That's that's a term of fondness that a lot of people in the South embrace. Some people think it's a slur. It probably is if you use it in the right way against someone who takes offense to it, but it's a positive identifier among a huge amount of people. Okay. But basically country boys and a lot of different people, and that was, I did a lot of things during that year and a half, I think it was, because I went and I got kicked out in halfway through 10th grade, and I immediately went into the public school, and then I went there for another year. And I did a lot of things that I could have seriously got in trouble for.
Can you
I
name
just
any of
had
these,
no.
or are they terms of service?
No, I just don't want to give people the wrong impression. I mean, I was very. I didn't realize the serious potential consequences of what I was doing. It was more like I didn't have anything to occupy my time. I did try out for the basketball team there, and it was super political.
In what way?
Well, for example, I did very well. I wasn't a starter because they already had a certain people from the previous year, and if you were in 9th grade at the old school, you could be on the varsity team, but at this school you had to be in 10th grade, and that was the starting point. And I had played with those players like on blacktop, during the summer, and I was really, they were like, yeah, you have a shot on the team. And the coach, it was more like there was a football quarterback who had like this notorious habit of like stepping on the 3-point line every time he shot. So much that everybody like was like anticipating it every time he did it. He got on the team, and I was the only person who got cut. And I was told that it was because I was late for one practice, like a few minutes.
Damn.
And that's not really a big deal. That's just like if you don't make a repeat offense of it, it's just like, do a couple more laps or something like that. But I wasn't able to get on the team, and I didn't see a way in because it felt to me like I didn't have the sympathy of the coach. And it was just in a different environment. I wasn't bringing like my stuff with, like, no one understood like my skills or what I was able to do. So I didn't have anything occupying my time except
mischief.
Trouble. Yeah, but like more serious, like before it was more like doing pranks and stuff like that, and now it was like actual criminal stuff because I don't know why. It was just a time in my life where I didn't have any guidance or didn't understand what I wanted to do with my life because I couldn't play basketball. So I went there and I finished the 11th grade year, and I convinced my parents to let me go to a different private school because I had been playing with some of their basketball players, and they said, like, yeah, you can definitely be on our starting team. And they were like the main rival to the previous private school in that city.
Sounds like a manga plot.
What?
Sounds like a Japanese comic book plot.
Oh, I'm not too familiar with manga, but I kind of get what you're saying. Manga. Yeah. It sounds like a story, like a rivalry or something like that.
Yeah, you didn't get to the team, and then you got in with the rivals.
Right. And I wasn't at first. I wasn't a starter because there was this kid that was like very goody two shoes type Christian guy that the school liked, and the school was very much more strict too. This was a school where it was set up like, you went to different classes, but when you went to lunch after you showed up for a certain class, you had to walk in a single file line and not say anything.
What?
From the classroom to the cafeteria. It was like
weird.
Well, it ostensibly it was to not disrupt other classes. But also this
I don't
was
get it. Shouldn't there? Okay, again in Poland, right? There's a sort of a uniform break that is sort of for lunch. So you cannot disturb other classes because it's a designated period for lunch.
Yeah, this school was divided up into two different periods. The more senior students would be, the top grades versus the lower grades.
Mm-hmm.
But also, the main standout was this was a private school that was funded by a charismatic church that my parents did not attend. But, a charismatic church being like, for that year, for that time, it was like, the type of church where people speak in tongues and there's like, a rock band singing gospel hymns and,
Oh gosh.
Just a very, profuse displays of worship.
Religiosity.
Yeah, of worship and just very out. I don't know what the word is. I'm missing it. It's on the tip of my tongue. But anyway, you had to say yes, sir, and no, sir, to your teachers when they asked you a question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. May I have another, sir?
Exactly. And if you didn't say that and there was
Wow.
something about your tone, then they would call you to task on it if they thought that you were trying to like be sly with your disrespect.
That's not good.
So it was,
I had troubles
yeah, it
in
was
school.
not what I was used to at all.
Right. In my experience from school, the teachers used to say that they didn't like me because I had this look of looking down on them, even though I didn't give them any special look. They still came to the
I get
conclusion
that.
that I'm just looking down on them, and they hated me for that. They actually said it to someone, and then my mom heard it, and then she told me.
Wow. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, so I didn't say anything. Like I literally didn't speak to anybody for the first half of the year, and I was just starting to play basketball. And like I said, I didn't start at first, but then that kid that I mentioned, he quit. And the reason he quit, and this will make sense, is because he said he wanted to focus on studying how to be a preacher. And his father was a preacher, so it was like he was that into
dedicated, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So I filled his slot. He was good at shooting stuff, but like he didn't have like a full broad range of skills. And everything was fine. I started talking to people a little bit more. Actually, this reminds me. When I first started talking, there was a kid at the old public school who I didn't know very well, but he was, and at the time I wasn't versed at all in, like who might be queer, who might be gay, who might be lesbian,
who might be trans.
That wasn't really. Well, there weren't any trans people in this. Like, if you were trans in a public school where I went up, that was in some like I think there was like maybe a couple in some downtown. This was like in the mid 90s or early 90s.
So no trans people that you knew of?
Not in the schools. There were trans. I did like
You might have been closeted,
No, I went out on a couple dates with a trans person that I met like later on, but they were older. In some schools,
a trans
there was.
Woman?
Yes.
How did that experience go? Tell us about that experience. Since this is a trans
it was
show.
Casual. It was casual. It wasn't. We were friendly to each other, and it was casual.
Was it intimate physically?
Yes.
Okay.
So, but it was short and brief.
Why did it end?
I don't remember.
Did you end it, or did she end
we didn't
it?
run in the same. We didn't run in the same circles.
Uh-huh.
And I don't think that she was all that into me. But I don't know. I was in a different place in my life.
Were you into her?
She was fun for me. Like we had similar things in common. She cut my hair one time because I went to a new place and she cut my hair, and then we just like hit it off. And that was later on when I was in college there, when I was starting college. So this was several years after my high school. And that was a different period where my horizons were being expanded beyond the high school sphere of existence. But just to finish up, in terms of my senior year, I knew I was going to a school where I was not going to like it. And the only reason I went there was to play basketball. And that was the argument I gave my parents. That was what I told the superintendent. That's what I told the coach. And everyone was fine with that. I said, I'll do the rules. I'll bite my lip. And, it'll be a thing for me. Now, I did get suspended one time because I was, I'm bipolar, and I was dealing more with manic spells back then.
Okay.
What's that?
The manic periods, the manic episodes.
Yeah, back then it was more like there was I didn't know I was bipolar until like I was 21.
Right.
So I wasn't.
Of course,
I didn't know what was going
I just
on.
recently heard during my stay at the mental ward that I've mentioned in the end. Yes, there was this, because we had various activities in the mental ward, extra activities, and one of them was called psychoeducation. And psychoeducation is when all the patients meet with the faculty, mainly psychiatrists, with the head psychiatrist of the hospital. And it was basically the psychiatrist giving the patients free education about psychiatry, psychology, and therapy. And the head psychiatrist basically said that people usually really misunderstand bipolar, that there are many different types of bipolar. One is sort of, I'm trying to remember, one is sort of this with the advantage of the higher levels of high energy, and one is sort of dominated with lower levels of energy, and that they are actually totally different, even though they function under the same umbrella, and that they should be treated completely differently as well, and that we're just getting into these differences between different types of bipolar diseases and how they should be properly handled.
Right. Well, my understanding is that it's a matter of cycles and intensity.
Yeah,
There are
but
different.
the cycles are different for different people, which makes a
Right.
huge
They manifest
difference.
differently, but they tend to be for the same. Generally, there's a small niche of things that trigger them. But I was more. I understood myself to be emotional, and I recognized that to some degree. I wasn't depressed. That I recognized at the time. I was disillusioned on a very low level, but it was more like I didn't know how to interact with things because I didn't have social skills or knowledge of what was going on, and so it was an emotional management of things that I didn't know how to otherwise talk my way through and be communicative and such. And so when I was faced with a challenge or a situation that I couldn't overcome, I would lash out, thinking that, physical displays of, aggression or
dominance?
No, not dominance. Turning over a chair or yelling or something like that I was frustrated, and I didn't know how to properly channel that.
Right.
I didn't even know I was bipolar. But there are other people who I actually met a girl later on who was like always manic all the time, like happy-go-lucky. And I reckon like she was fun, but I couldn't tolerate being around her. So it just manifests differently in different ways, and
Yes,
it can cycle like
and
long cycles or short cycles or real
yeah,
intense
and
cycles. And
treatment is different for different types.
true,
That's yeah.
true. But anyway, just to finish this up, because I didn't want to spend too much time on the school. I did very well that season, like that 10th grade, that 12th senior year. We went to the championships for our, division. We had a good season. We went to
Did
the
you win?
championship. No, we lost. But honestly, the team broke down, and I was astonished because like everyone just like forgot how to play, and
Oh wow.
I was like, what's going on?
Yeah.
But I had a good during the regional. We got to play that rival team, and then I was playing against these guys that I had grown up playing at that first private school, and I got an MVP award.
Oh.
Yeah, and I had just like before it was at a different town
Do you still have it?
north of. Yes, but it was. The thing was, is I would always get uptight right before game, nervous. It was part of my anxiety. And I had somehow missed the call to get on a bus to go up to that game. And I went home instead in my car, and it was slick. And I had to hit the brakes really quick, and I ran into a telephone pole, and it loosened me up. It's like all my adrenaline and whatever. It was just like, it made me chill. And so when I showed up for the game, I was really relaxed, and I did really well. And I think I attribute that to that success. But I was playing these guys, and really like showing like, I could have been on their team if I had, not got kicked out or been allowed. So anyway, I went on to college. Locally, I wasn't allowed to go to my choice of college. What I was interested in, I didn't really know, because basketball was, well, first let me back up. I went to that 2-year college in Andalusia, Alabama. It's like in the middle of nowhere. And as a walk-on, and I quickly realized that I wasn't going to go anywhere with that. So something in me clicked, and I realized, you're pretty good at art, Links. And I was like, I want to get back into that. And that, it just like out of the blue, it came like, I remember being very praised when in grade school and in junior high for my, art projects. Like they
What
were
sort of?
they were exceptional among students that I was with. So I got praised, whether
What
they
sort
were
of
of any.
art projects?
I remember in grade school one time, this was in Alaska, we did pottery.
Oh.
Like I said, we did woodworking in 5th grade, like, 5th graders with blades. Imagine that.
You said you signed on for woodwork. So that's the art you'd made, yeah?
Oh, well, we did pottery one time, and I made this fish tray. It was the shape of a fish, and it had these lines. I think it was an angelfish. But I glazed it really well. Like I used colors in a way that kind of like mimicked the way, like it wasn't just random colors everywhere. It looked like that would be the colors of the fish, although they were all earth tones, but it worked. But anyway, I got a lot of praise growing up, and so it came back to me, and then I was like, I'm done with the junior college. So I went back, and I went to the 4-year college locally there, even though I didn't know what I was interested in. And so I just started studying. And then I got encouraged from in an English class where I had written an essay. And I had no interest in English whatsoever. I had a really taskmaster of a grammar teacher in high school. And I hated grammar, but, it's like rote memory in my head, even though it's fading away year by year. And so I started creative writing courses, and soon after that, I got into like critical literature theory, reading about analysis of art and language and writing. And that piqued my interest. But it was not a very, like, the courses they offer were very minimal, like maybe 2 or 3 courses that might be of some interest per year. And so at some point I became disillusioned with, like, halfway into my college experience, I became disillusioned with it. And I was still dealing with managing my life in terms of, like, bipolar and just,
Were you diagnosed at that point?
I was on and off medication because it wasn't. I was having. It was in the initial stages. I took a variety of medication, not a lot, but it wasn't always. There was maybe 1 or 2 different types of medication that helped, but they also kind of like made me tired in a way that was equally, a negative to the positive that it gave me. And so I had trouble staying on them for the, initially. And in college, I was dealing with like professors and I was very opinionated. And I tried to join clubs, like I joined the film at a film screening club where we like curated films. And that got me into film and film theory and taking those classes. And but in my English department class, I found one teacher who was really great. She came from the New York State college system, and she was very intelligent, and she encouraged me, and she let me, write papers and stuff. And it just was she was the one. And there was another one too in film theory classes. But it was limited encouragement, and there were limited courses, and I wasn't totally interested in that field. I actually wanted to study film and to do that, but the college didn't offer that. They had like TV production and stuff, and it was very limited. So once again, I started picking fights with like the deans of school, like of departments, who had like, it was getting like, they were telling me like, we don't want you in this meeting, even though I'm allowed to, voice my opinion, and we don't want your input. And it was very hostile. Some of them were like really hostile because I was challenging
their authority,
their status quo.
Okay.
So it turned out where like I had a variety of like low level incidents, and this is where it starts to get funny. My life starts to get really absurd and funny.
Okay.
So one time I was in the computer lab and I was printing out stuff, and I had problems, and some extra stuff got printed out, and it wasn't my fault. And I left with like this guy helped me and got it printed out for me. And then he was like, you need to pay all this money for all this stuff that, he had printed out. And I said, no, I'm not paying that. And somehow that got to the college like non-academic disciplinary person. I don't know what his title was, but it turned out that he had a real issue with people that had mental issues. Yeah, and it didn't help that he had contacted my mother, and my mother has a great proclivity for undermining anything I want to do with my life. And so she was very forthcoming about like, yeah, I don't know what the conversation was, but there were other issues where like I was saying, hey, look, this is the rule in the rule book. I'm allowed to post this thing on this billboard or whatever. Really trivial stuff. And then all of a sudden I get called in, and I'm on trial basically for these. Yeah, it was a disciplinary trial where there were 3 of my peers, a faculty member and a tenured member, I think, and this guy. And academia is not democratic at all. There's not. It's more authoritarian than. There may be some rules that say generally students have these rights and right to recourse and stuff like that, but the way it operates is you're not afforded those rights. So I got suspended, and then I didn't sign up for the next semester, and I convinced my parents to go to a college in Pensacola, Florida. It's about 45 minutes away. And I was there for a semester, and I had a issue with an argument with a graphic design teacher. They were offering more classes that I was into, so that's why I went there. And so, having a record from the previous school, they found out about that, and I was immediately expelled. And then I went back for a short time to that college in Mobile, and they did things like they wanted me to go see a counselor all the time as part of being allowed to be there.
Damn.
Even though they admitted that there was a new person there that when I came back, and then she said, it's not what you got expelled for the first time or suspended for the first time. It shouldn't have happened. But she wanted, to put all these restrictions on me. And so I went there for maybe 1 or 2 semesters, and I was in a photography class with a very dominant teacher, and I had an issue with some senior kids that were screwing up everybody's photographs. And, I said, like, you can't do it that way. And then the teacher went to, the visual arts dean, and I got suspended yet again. Or I wasn't suspended. It was weird. I was told not to come back. So at that point, I really was like completely, in my mind, done with education. And I felt like anything that I wanted to do in terms of like
career,
visuals, filmmaking, I could learn on my own.
Right.
The problem is that disillusionment and that lack of options in college turned into depression. And I was depressed for about, 5 or 7 years. I did a few things with local people. I was starting to do visual projections for bands during live shows. There's a video somewhere on YouTube, I think, still of that from way back when.
If you could find it, if I link it.
Yeah, I'll find it some other time and send it to you. The band was called Skylight Honey. So I was getting into like the Pensacola and Mobile band, meeting musicians and stuff like that, and people that had cameras and stuff. But then it was like I realized there was a limitation of living in that area, and I wanted to like just get out. So in 2010, I moved to Bloomington. My parents had left a few years, and I figured I was going to move to Seattle because I had saved up some money, and it got stolen. I can't remember how, but it was enough to go to Seattle and start, and establish myself.
Right.
I can't remember that. I've kind of brain wiped that because it was kind of depressing. So I went to Bloomington, and not knowing anything other than I had been there a few times before, and it had things that Mobile didn't have, and it seemed like I could, find my way in and be content. And I did. When I got there, I lived downtown in a house, an old house, behind a big ice cream hut on a block. I mentioned that because it was a big thing in the town here. But I started getting into booking and promoting shows for musicians that played music I like. mostly like free improv or free jazz improv or electroacoustic improv. And the local music scene here, it's kind of like a small hub for indie bands.
Huh.
Kind of like adjacent to Chicago. Like there's a connection between that and Chicago and St. Louis and stuff.
Yeah.
So I was doing that, and I figured that if I could do that, I could get like, you know, a reputation, and I could build upon that.
And
I could
make
either
a career
translate
for
that.
yourself.
Yeah, I could either work for like a proper institution. I was doing this independently. Like I was booking independent venues. And these are like musicians from like Europe or, you know, across the US. And these people were like in their field of, you know, music. Like if they were a free jazz player, people knew them, and they had been around for years. Like they were internationally known. Like people there was a guy from Norway, mostly from the US, but they were, you know, these just weren't like, you know, up and coming people. These were older guys and stuff.
Right. And you helped them book concerts.
Yeah, they would be doing a tour through like, you know, major cities, and you know, in order to make it more successful, they would like break up the dates and like have, instead of like going from Chicago to St. Louis, they would stop in Bloomington or something like that. And so, yeah, it helps them out, even though it wasn't all that, you know, lucrative for them. Yeah, so I was really into that, and I thought like I could do that and then save up some money and move to some place and get a job and, you know, just translate that experience.
Yes.
And then in 2000, well, I should probably like go into like my parents now. I would say that I'm going to be really brief about it in general, but when I was in grade school and junior high and high school, I was dealing with the emotional issues, and my parents were not inclined to manage me or learn how to manage me. So they often called the police on me for very normal, very normal fights, like argumentative fights.
Yeah.
And if I did do anything physical, it wasn't to them. It was like, you know, pulling a bush out of the ground or something
What
like
did the
that,
police
you
do
know?
when it came?
It was not, nothing stands out. I just remember that, you know, that was a thing that they resorted to, and it obviously bothered me and impacted me later on, as part of, you know, subsequent experiences. But some people say, like, you know, parents should not, I don't think parents should do that unless it's like, you know, the person is really out of control and has a weapon or something, and, you know,
unless violence is involved.
Yeah. So it was more like the argument got out of hand, and I said, like, I'm leaving. I want to go play basketball. I just want to leave. And they were like,
they
no,
would call
you
the
can't
police.
leave. Yeah, and they would call the police, and eventually I would go play basketball. Like, it was just like stupid, but it had an impact on me.
Of course.
So,
of course, parents calling the police on their child would have an impact, yeah. It's like a person that I used to know. Used to have a friend whose parents would call the police on him all the time, and they would go one step further because they would tell the police to commit him into a mental institute each time, and he would be committed.
well, this kind of approach to me by my parents got progressively worse, and so I will just skip to that. Nothing really much happened in college in terms of my relationship with my parents. They were more or less supportive. I was more or less detached, and it was after college where things got to be an issue because I could keep jobs for a period of time, but then
the depression would sort of disturb.
no, it wasn't the depression. It was more like I was just like I felt like I was wasting my time making money. I know that might not make sense to everyone, but I felt like I'm like at a very nascent level, I was understanding how my labor was being utilized. I couldn't articulate it back then, but it was like, if I have a job, I want to be able to like it. I don't want it to be something where I'm just like doing the same thing monotonously.
Yes,
That was what
going
made
through
me
the
quit a
motions.
job.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that I would get a job because I needed it, and then I would quit it because it became monotony.
Yeah.
Or that, like, I would
For
be in a
sure.
freezer for the whole time, and I wouldn't be able to talk with employees. And I was very social. I had a job at a music store. The Blockbuster video chain had a Blockbuster music chain, and I used to work for that. It's a huge store at the corner of a mall, and I worked there for a long time, and I really enjoyed that.
Why
That
did
got
you
me into
quit
music a
that
lot.
job?
What's that?
Why did you quit that job?
That was sometime during college. I had difficulty studying and maintaining a job, and I wasn't going completely full time.
Okay.
By the way, I should add, just as like so people understand, I went to college for 5 years in terms of like courses. I did not graduate. When I dropped out, I was one semester away from getting my undergraduate degree. And I felt like I wasn't even going to make that semester. I was allowed to continue, but I regret doing that, but I was in a different place. And I was naive, and I regret it to some extent. Maybe more so than I'm willing to admit, but I was where my mind was at in terms of what I wanted to do made sense to me. So I have basically a full undergraduate college education in critical theory, creative writing, and film theory studies, with like a visual arts minor or something like that. But I just don't have,
the paper,
the actual piece of paper diploma.
Yeah.
So anyway, after that, I stopped going to college. Working became an issue, and my parents were supporting me in an apartment for a while. And I made money here and there. The last job I had in Mobile was I signed up to be a volunteer. There was an oil rig called the Horizon rig or something like that out on the Gulf Coast, and it snapped and started leaking into the Gulf Coast. And it was washing up on shore and oiled birds and stuff like that. And I volunteered. I had been a vet assistant at 2 different places.
One pause, okay? 1 second pause for new people. We are talking about homelessness issues, and we're basically building up to it through the history of Lynx and what led him to his current situation in life. Yes?
Yeah. I'm probably being way more detailed than I need to be, so I'm going to move it along real quick to get to the stuff I really want to talk about. Yeah. No, I want to do it for my own reasons. But anyway, I should say I did make a trip after I finished that junior college. I went to Baltimore and with some money, and I found a place, but I waited on it because I didn't know how safe it was. In retrospect, it was relatively safe given the location. But I had a manic flight, and I in my little small boxy tinfoil car, and like I think it was $300. I drove from Baltimore to Kodiak, Alaska. That was a very memorable experience. But before I got to Anchorage and before I took the ferry over to Kodiak, I do want to mention that, and this was something I spoke to you about this morning. I ran out of money, and I had not been in contact with my parents, and then I told them, "Hey, I'm in Anchorage. I don't have any money to get to Kodiak," and I thought I was going to establish myself in Kodiak. And my mom recognized that I was having a manic, she wanted me on medication, and she thought being on medication would somehow instantly control the decisions I made in my life.
Right.
And so she said, if you want money to get to Kodiak, or to get back, you need to check yourself into this private mental health place and be there for about 2 weeks.
Right.
And then I will send you the money. And so I went in there and I took the medicine. I hated it. I met a couple cool people. I was dormed with a schizophrenic who was very chill. But it left a bad taste in my mouth, and it was the first instance of my mother manipulating and controlling the help that she gave me. And this would be like a running theme with her and my father, and how they thought how they would help me, and because they thought they knew what was best.
Right.
So that happened, and I moved to Bloomington and did that, and then in 2014, it was in the beginning of August. I had a fight on the phone with my mother, and it was getting to a point where I knew it was toxic, and I didn't have anybody to talk to. And she was willing to tolerate, listening to me, even though she wasn't of any help. And I recognized that. I still at the time thought it was I was giving her the benefit of the doubt, I guess, and reaching out to her from time to time. But I got upset, and for some reason she thought I was suicidal.
Right.
And the next thing I know, I'm crying, and I leave in my car, and when I come back to my apartment, there are cops that had shown up for a welfare check. He had called the cops. Yeah, welfare check, wellness check. And I don't know what she said, but there were cops there. And I was still just distraught about not just a conversation, but with everything that was going on in my life.
Right.
And this had never happened to me before or since, but apparently it's been told to me that I went into a fugue state for about 15 minutes.
Fugue state?
A fugue state where I wasn't aware of what I was doing, or I just didn't have any memory of it.
Right. No memory.
I wasn't on drugs. I had one beer, whatever,
So you lost all
strong
recollection of what happened then?
Yeah, but I was in my car, and all of a sudden I'm hearing cop voices, distinct, that cop tone of voice.
Yes.
And I bugged out in my car, and there were cops behind me, and the way they had the report written up was really crazy. It defied physics, but apparently they said I hit 2 cops, which wasn't the case. And I drove down the street to another apartment complex, got out of my car, and this is what was told to me afterwards. And I had 3 distinct hallucinations about what was going on. But I ran off an 8-foot wall and landed flat on my back at the edge of a forest. So it caused blunt force trauma to my back. I could barely move. I thought I was paralyzed. And I literally crawled through poison ivy for about 30 meters to the sidewalk through this forest and somehow managed to get on my feet and get back. And then they caught me. Somehow I remembered where I had parked my car. I was arrested and I was taken to jail. I was in jail for a month. And
wait, if it was a wellness check, and
yeah, I
it
know.
was told that you were suicidal, why were you taken to jail and not to a mental facility?
Because that's where they take any people who have mental issues that they don't know how to deal with. It's criminal to have a mental issue and
Usually you'd
act.
get taken to, you'd be forcefully committed to a mental institute, no?
Well, technically, because according to them, I was in a car, which is considered a dangerous weapon. And because they said that I had backed out, even though they knew why they were showing up, I don't know what they knew about what had been told to them. But when a cop feels like their life has been threatened by someone in a car, they don't care what your mental state is. They're going to charge you with a criminal. So I was charged with 4 felonies. And I was taken to jail, the county jail in town here, and I was there for a month. Yeah. During that month, for at least 3 weeks of that month, I was experiencing, and I'm not exaggerating, every couple of seconds, my back would involuntarily spasm and it would affect my breathing. And so I would make a sound like I was gasping. Right. And I couldn't control it. Nothing could relieve it. I was getting no medication at all.
Yes.
No pain medication to mitigate it, whatever. And I was sleeping on these like paper thin mats on a steel bunk. And it was super hot in there, middle of August. So there was a quote unquote nurse there at the jail and a doctor that would come regularly. And they were refusing to give me any pain medication. They wanted me to take heart medication. And it was like, they didn't want me to die, but they didn't want to treat me.
Did they want to examine you at all?
No, they didn't examine me until after I made an issue of it. I refused to go to the cell block door because you had to get out of your cell, your individual cell, and go to the main door and take your medicine or refuse it.
Okay, so
they didn't come in. They didn't come into the cell because that was dangerous for them.
Sorry to interject, but how did they know to recommend heart medicine if they didn't examine you?
That was just like a very general thing they did to anybody. Like if there was, I don't know what went into their decision, but it was basically like they thought that I might have a heart issue, and it wasn't a heart. It was literally like the entire side of my back was spazzing every few seconds and affecting my ability to breathe normally for 3 weeks. It didn't have anything to do with my heart. I have a strong heart.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have to examine someone's heart to know that they need heart medicine.
But they give you medication because if you die while you're in jail, then it becomes like then there might be potential repercussions. They were just trying to avoid that. They weren't actually. I don't know why they wouldn't give you something like.
How would heart medication, when there's nothing wrong with your heart, prevent you from dying?
I don't know, but like I said,
you just die from something else if there was something serious.
This was a quote unquote nurse. Like imagine Nurse Ratched, but dialed up.
Yeah.
Like really super cruel. And I'm about to tell you what she did.
Okay.
So I didn't want to get up from my bunk just to refuse medicine that wasn't helping me. The heart medication.
Yes.
And they said like I had to do that. And then they came in there, a couple of sheriff officers and the nurse. And I told them like, look, I don't want to take the medicine. And they said, you have to get up and refuse it at the door. You just can't tell us, And it was like, it made no sense. And so literally the nurse said, you're going to regret making me do this.
Oh.
And they put me on a stretcher and they took me to the only padded cell in that jail that was across from the small nurse's office. And I was in there for a week. The lights on, super cold. Like, the lights were on all the time. It was super cold. I had one blanket and to, like, you know, for cover, and one blanket for a pillow, not even a sleeping mat. And there was a little hole in the corner for you to shit in. And at this time, I could not do like any bending or whatever. And I don't mean to be like overly graphic, but like when I had to go, it literally ran down my leg because I couldn't bend properly
Yes.
and hold on to the wall.
Yeah.
Also, for about 3 days, I was denied water. They didn't have any kind of sink or any plumbing in there, but they left a water pitcher that was like 3 feet away
So you
from the
couldn't wash
outside of my.
yourself even though it ran down your leg?
I think I washed myself. I can't remember washing myself at all, but I may have done it once. But there was a pitcher of water that they left. And what I had to do was, this was in a small hallway that wasn't traveled at all, like infrequently. And so every time I had to bang on the door to get water, to get someone's attention, or look through the window to see someone coming by and ask them for water. But I went for 3 days without water. With that pitcher, I could see 3 feet away from the door. And at the end of the week, this doctor came in. He came in like every week or something.
Right.
He couldn't speak English. And I'm not trying to, like, you know,
Where was he
be
from?
a bigot, but I have no idea. I think he was Iranian or Indian. He didn't say much, but he never spoke in English, and he when he did speak, it was in a language I don't remember too much, because at this point I was super not lucid and very upset and
Yes.
like swirling of emotions. But I was still experiencing those spasms, and what they made me do were like basically calisthenics. Like, I had to do jumping jacks. They literally asked me to do jumping jacks, among other things. And they wanted me to go through all these kind of like physical movements in order to determine that I was fit enough to be let back into the cell block. During this time, I knew that my bail was $500, and my parents were aware of the situation. And I talked to them on the phone and explained to them what I remembered happening.
Mm-hmm.
It turned out that my parents were conspiring with my public defender, and they thought that it would be good for me to stay in there, even though they knew exactly the condition I was in and what I was telling them.
How would that be
They
good
were
for
telling
you?
me that it was like the bail was $5,000 and it was too much for them, but it was always $500. And at 30 days, my mom shows up, gets me out of jail, and pretends like she's upset about not being informed. And it was an all big act, and I was very upset with her, and that was like the beginning of the end with my relationship with my parents.
Right.
I spent 2
Why did they
years
think it would be good for you? Why?
because my parents believe, and this is a big thing with my parents, is probably like if I can't say anything more about my parents, it would be this one thing.
Yes.
My parents believe that they know what's best for me, and they're willing, and they know that they know my mental, challenges.
Yes.
As they were. But I don't know if it's because of their Christian ethics or their Christian dogma beliefs or
Their
principles
Christian
or whatever.
beliefs include believing in torture and jail being the best for you?
Yep. But more succinctly, they believe that if I do something, whatever I do, I should face the full consequences of that.
But that's not
Even
consequences. That's not.
I know, even if they understand, like, there's mitigating issues and there's some context and it's not all my fault, and it's like, it was literally like, okay, well, you've been charged with 4 felonies, we're not going to help you that much, or, it's basically like, you're on your own. It was on you. No matter if you intended to, if you were like willful and intentional and you're mostly at fault or not. It doesn't matter. It's on you to bear the consequences.
Oh, so
And
they
that
just
was their
washed.
way of teaching me how to learn how to manage my life or deal with it.
They just
A very
basically signaled that they're washing their hands and right.
What's that?
Basically, they signal that they're just washing their hands whenever you'll be in trouble.
Squishing what?
Washing
The
their
hats?
hands off you whenever you're in trouble.
No, they felt like that was the best way to teach me.
Yeah,
Like that was
they're
the
just
best.
by just basically abandoning you.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was like an extreme situation, but that was how they had always managed me. Whether it was calling cops on me when I was young,
Yeah.
When I'm in grade school, you don't need to be calling cops on a grade schooler.
No.
I don't care what unless they're to a danger to themselves.
You could take a child to a psychologist, possibly.
Yeah. Well, they encouraged me to go to a counselor, and I did have some experience going with counselors, but counselors were not. It's difficult to find a good counselor, and also it takes time.
Yeah.
These
things take time. Yeah.
I got less from counselors. Like, counselors weren't telling me anything I didn't already know or understand. It was a matter of my material issues, whether it was my social safety net or my family safety net or lack thereof.
Yeah.
I knew what I was lacking in my life and what I needed in order to be, have a healthy mind and, be functional. I was pretty good mostly at being aware of what my challenges were.
Right.
So anyway, that happened, and I went through 2 years of preliminary trials of, like, not trial, but like they call it pre-trial hearings. And I went to 4 different psychologists, and I told them what had happened that night, and they all said, "Yep, that sounds correct." And the judge didn't care for it, but anyway, after 2 years, I admitted to a felony charge of criminal recklessness, kind of like a catch-all term. But it was with an unwritten condition that if I completed 1 year of probation, of supervised probation, meaning I couldn't leave the state unless I got permission, that they would revisit the case and reduce that charge to a misdemeanor. And in this time, I became, I was halfway through it, I had an issue. I had a circumstance with my mother at the home, and I won't go into it because I've already said enough, but it got me back into a different county's jail for 3 months, and I got out. She lied and got into it. She tried to get me back into jail. She thought that was the best thing for me. That's how crazy she was, or is. So I got out, and when I got out of that jail, halfway through that during that 2 years after that first stint in jail, when I got out at the end of December, it was like 2 days before Christmas or something like that. In 2014, that's when I officially became homeless.
Right.
And
after the
I was
jail
still
experience, yes?
What about my jail experience?
Right after it, you became homeless?
After, I don't understand what you're asking. I'm sorry.
Right after the jail experience, you became homeless, yes?
After the second time.
Yes.
Of 3 months at a different county's jail.
Okay.
I managed to talk to a musician's friend's mom, correspond with a musician's friend's mom, who sent me money to get me out. So eventually, the charges got reduced to a misdemeanor criminal recklessness for the first thing. The issue I dealt with in the second jail period got reduced to a misdemeanor. I think it was a misdemeanor to begin with. I can't remember now.
Yes.
That happened really quickly, but basically that was the start of my homelessness here in this
Right.
area.
So this is where your homelessness period begins and
Began.
basically continues to this day?
Yes. During the time of my probation, I met someone. He was part of like a anarchist collective. There used to be a group of people here that were kind of like anarchist, socialist, just a small clique of people. And they had like a small hut that they rented and did, different events and stuff and promotional stuff.
Yes.
And I knew him from being a door guy at a event at like a rave party or something where I was collecting money or something like that. I met him there.
Yes.
He was a frequent. He wasn't a raver, but he went to that venue outside of his events. And he told me about clinical drug studies and how you could go for like 2 weeks to a place in like north of Chicago or St. Louis or Kansas City or Knoxville, Tennessee, and you could like take a drug or take a placebo that was being developed and make, typically, for like 2 weeks, it would be $3,000. The longer you were there, the more money you got.
Right.
The more dangerous the experimental drug, the more money you got. If you signed up for a spinal tap, you would get like $10,000,
Right.
but you would be risking your life. So I was able to make money that way. I was allowed to go out of state through my probation officer, and everything.
And you were
I paid
unhoused at
taxes.
that point, yes?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
You were already unhoused at that point?
Yes. I had tried to get housing, local Section 8 housing, like subsidized housing for, really poor people. And I told this to Lisa, I think. But I was denied because at the time I was still dealing with a criminal charge.
Yeah.
It hadn't settled yet. And they had a policy of not accepting people that had even pending cases. And I think the rent would have been like $50 or something, which was something I could have, really managed,
Yeah.
Really super cheap. But it got denied and I appealed, and I had an advocate from like a homeless organization that collected, different foodstuffs and stuff and helped out in certain ways. And she wasn't helpful at all. Literally, when I got denied, as I was walking out, she said, quote, "You need to think of housing as plan B."
Oh.
And I had already been homeless for like 3 months at that period, and I was sleeping in my car.
Can you speak to those experiences? How were the first days, weeks, months of homelessness for you?
Yeah, for the this was like I said, I got out of the jail at the end of December, and so that's winter. And it was spring when I got my housing thing denied.
Yes.
So I'd been homeless for several months, and I was sleeping in my car during like blizzards, and it was like no heating.
What did you do to keep yourself warm?
I had things that I was able to. I had things I was staying at my parents' house prior to the second incident, the incident I had with my mom that led to my second jail time sentence. Not sentence, but just
charge.
Yeah, or arrest. They just put you in jail until you can get out on bail.
Yes.
I had my stuff there, and they have I come from like the family's a lower middle class, but my dad was always investing in the housing. Like he built the house in Mobile before they moved to it. He built this house outside of Bloomington in the country, 3-level or 2-level basement, lots of rooms,
Yes.
plenty of space to be like, you couldn't see, like if I had lived there, I could come and go and you wouldn't even know I was coming and going.
Right.
And my parents refused to let me stay there, even though I knew I had no place else to go.
Right.
But at the same time, like I mentioned before, I have a sister, and my sister, the most outstanding thing with her is that she's super shy. She drank the Kool-Aid, the Christian Kool-Aid. I was the black sheep, but she was, standard track and field girl that had friends and, just a very typical type of
Life.
girl.
Yes.
But she went to a super religious Christian college in Arkansas, and I don't know why. And then I was never close to her after my grade school years. We just didn't have anything to talk about. And she went there and she met a guy who came from a very troubled domestic violence family of their parents would adopt people that had issues, and there was a lot of violence.
Yeah.
So he was very biased and very right wing thinking. He and my sister found each other in college and married, started picking cotton in cotton fields. I don't know what that was about. And then the next thing I know, they're living in a commune in Kentucky, a Mennonite. They had become Mennonites. And I was like, what? There are no Mennonites in my genealogy whatsoever. That's not a thing that we it's just kind of out of the blue. And so they were living destitute and doing that lifestyle because I guess of their Christian values. I don't know. But then the guy, her husband, Gabriel, who's a nurse, they had to start living at my parents' house. And my mom recounted a story to me. Well, first of all, he threatened to kill my cat one time because my cat scratched his kid, even though my cat, who was living at my parents' house, was a total softie. You really had to be hurting that cat for it to swipe at you. But he came home one time, and I was sitting there petting my cat, and I wasn't paying him any attention. And he walked in, and he goes, "Are you going to be around here for long?" And I go, "No." And he walks in, and a second later, he comes out, and he walks to his car. And as he's walking back in, he goes, "If your cat scratches me again, I'm going to kill it." And I didn't see at the time that he had gone in and put a gun on his waist. And my mom came out, and she then told me a story about how for that first 3 months that they had been there, he had literally demanded to wear his gun around the house in the middle of nowhere, no threat whatsoever. And her words was that he was terrorizing her, and they didn't know how to get rid of him because they had grandchildren and they wanted to have access to their grandchildren. So this was at a time where I was like, you kept me in jail for all that time. You knew what was going on with me. You knew that I could potentially die. And I'm here. I wasn't, my apartment wouldn't let me re-sign because, they found out about it. And you're not allowing me to stay in your big house, but you're telling me that you're giving my brother-in-law and my sister 3 more months to move out. And I was like, wow, that's where their priorities were. She was so concerned about having access to, I think they have 7 kids or something by now.
7 kids?
Yeah, because they're Mennonites and they have to repopulate the world. You know how that goes, right?
Repopulate the world. Okay.
They have weird names. They have very Amish type names.
I see. I understand.
So, anyway, back to the homeless. I realized I needed, when housing came through, I realized I didn't have, I think I had $200 left.
Right.
From
So
the
how
bail
did you
money.
keep yourself warm in the car?
Well, I mean, I I had a sleeping bag. I had stuff from my old possessions, and I took them. And they kept my possessions for a while. But they gave me stuff that I asked for. And I had like a old childhood sleeping bag that wasn't all that helpful. And it was really cramped, and I couldn't sleep at all in the back seat of the car. It was basically like a freezer. But when I got denied housing, I realized, like, and I had not gotten into drug studies yet. So I was like, I need to sleep. I'm going to go steal a tent. So I stole a tent from a sporting goods store, and that was the first thing I stole when I became homeless, was a tent and a jacket.
Do you still use the same tent?
No, it long degraded.
Okay.
If you keep it out, and tents aren't made to be like used 24/7 outdoors. They fall apart. I've been through about like 4 tents, all of which have been stolen.
Right.
Actually 5. Because they're too expensive to. I can't budget for them, so to speak. But that started like a long chain of me just like stealing food, stealing what I needed. And this kind of goes back to when I said I was being mischievous in that public school. And I got away with things that like were real, I could have gotten in serious trouble for.
Yes.
Part of that behavior was stealing stuff from cars. So I had skills, and it's kind of a brag, but I'm pretty good low-level retail thief. And my only principle was, don't steal from individuals, steal from businesses.
Right.
Steal from institutions, and make sure that you aren't just being reckless about it. And I've gotten away with it for basically a decade. Virtually almost every day, especially when it comes to food. I don't need to steal like certain things. There was a time where I was stealing clothing from a hiking store, and I was selling it because I was able to make money from that. And the drug study thing had fizzled out. Like, there was something issue with my heart, probably caused by my fall, off that cliff. It was an irregularity, could have been with me from birth, but you can be an Olympic athlete and sometimes not make it into these drug studies. They're very particular.
Yes.
But it paid like several $1,000s. But I was tied to Bloomington during these 2 years, and I was paying taxes. I paid, like, 1 year I paid $800 in taxes, and the next year I paid $600 in taxes.
Right.
Because these checks that I was getting were reported to the IRS, but there was no Social Security deductions going from it. So I had to report it, or claim it on tax during tax time. So that's like, when I was homeless, I was paying taxes. And I only did that because I felt like if I didn't, it was going to come back to bite me later on in life.
Right.
And so I had to go through all that money over like 3 years being tied, from like the 2 years it took for the case to finally get sentenced and the 1 year probation. By that time, the drug studies had fizzled out, and I had lived off that money. And then it was a matter of finding like temporary jobs when I could. And there were always issues with that.
Yes.
Say again? Speak up, please.
What sort of jobs?
So I had a job. I was hired for a moving company. I had prior experience being a mover in Mobile, moving college students in. Indiana University is in Bloomington. It's a major college. And when they move in, the students move in, there's about a week. And then I got paid like $18 an hour, and the parents would tip often. So I could make like 100 to 200 in tips, plus, a normal day's work. And then I got hired on, like they said, you can stay on. They knew my situation because it had come by a recommendation.
Yes.
But environment was like really toxic, male, aggro, and very racist, and it was basically work for hire. I'd show up and I didn't even know if I was going to work or how long I was going to work that day. It could be 3 hours, it could be 1 hour, it could be the whole day.
Yes.
And so I was like, this, I can't maintain this, even if it's pays when it does. And like I said, I stole things and resold them, and that went on for a while. I was pretty good at doing that, but I've always kind of disliked taking that risk.
Yes.
So moving into like how I sustained myself to like I'll mention a couple experiences with like my standing. So like I said, I have a car and I've been able to maintain it. I've been hit a few times and it's like knocked me out, and I've not been able to have my mobility. So I do have some means that some homeless people don't. But a lot of homeless people live out of their cars or their RVs, and they're not as visible because they're not they're not walking on the street presenting as homeless.
Yes. Although there has
That's
been
what.
this new law that treats people sleeping in their cars as, especially when they're parked in front of houses, as trespassing, which would allow the owners of the house to
Yeah.
use violence, including lethal force against them.
Yeah, the laws that are passed regarding anti-homeless laws, they are almost always local. They're not so much a state. The lawmakers of the state don't do
I've
it.
noticed.
And and there's no federal that's not even on like federal politicians' radar at all.
Yeah.
Except for maybe like people like Cori Bush, who's a congresswoman who was homeless herself, or the Progressive Caucus or something like that. But they don't have any. They're just a few people. They can't really do anything with that. So, a couple of the things I wanted to mention about my experiences with homeless, and then I'm going to like relate it to how I have seen people talk about homelessness and perceive it, attitudes, generally socially.
Yes.
So I have been swatted in a form of swatting, I guess. I was in my tent one time, like almost winter. And there was an issue at a gym where I went to shower. And a guy had something happen to his car, and he thought it was me. And the cops, I lived like on the outskirts of Bloomington. I didn't like live like in any kind of like tracts of trees, or like I haven't like, I don't know homeless people here. I used to know some of them because I did shelter for a time in rotating homeless shelters. But because I have a car, and because I was lucky enough to find a place to park it, that in itself is a big issue when you have a car. That's like something that someone a homeless person who doesn't have a car, that's kind of like a pro in some ways, because they don't have to worry about their default home, which is what my car is. So I slept out in the woods and in a field that was undeveloped, and the owner knew I was there, and he was cool
tent.
with it.
Yes.
In what?
In the tent.
In the tent.
Did you sleep in the tent in the forest?
Yeah, it was a large wood with like 2 open fields.
Have you ever built dugouts in the forest?
Dugouts?
Yeah.
No, but there was a couple from a neighboring town that was briefly there that did like all this elaborate stuff in a patch of, like in that same patch of woods.
Like It might be.
It was like an outdoor. Imagine like this like fairyland. They were like peeling bark off trees and making sidewalks, and
I see.
they had separate shower areas that didn't have any, like, I don't know. It was they had a huge like 4-person tent. I don't know where they got the stuff from, but
So my mom lives near a forest, and there's this. I think he's still there. There's this quite famous homeless person that sort of lives there in the forest, and he sort of built himself sort of dugouts and shacks throughout the whole forest, and he also organizes local homeless people, giving them tasks to do and helping them get tasks to get money. He was on the news.
Sounds like a commune or something.
Sort of, yeah. Sort of organized the local homeless people and organized jobs for them and for himself as well. We even talked to him, Mom and I. It was a very
I'm not aware of
interesting
anything
person.
like that here. I've never heard of anything like that. Most of the homeless people here center around a park downtown during the day, because there is like a homeless community center where you can get mail. You can receive your mail, and they have like one shower that you can get like 15 minutes in.
Right. Did you use any of these facilities?
I did once, but honestly, because I had a car and because I had, see, with shelters here, okay, so for a period of time, there was what they called an interfaith shelter, which just meant that during the winter months, it would be a rotating from church to church to church.
Yes.
And it was mostly men, and the women were either segregated or went to a different location.
Mm-hmm.
And you had to be in by like 9:30, and you got up at 6:00, which I hated, but that's what it is.
Yeah.
And for a time, gosh, I can't remember why I went there for a spell. I think this was before I started tenning, but yeah, but it was during the time I was trying to get housing, because I got sick of my car all the time being miserable in it. So, but then it changed where they stopped doing that, and there is a Christian run homeless shelter here called, I think it's Wheeler. And it's based in Indianapolis, but they have a place here, and it's one of those, you probably have heard of this. It's one of those homeless shelters where it's a low barrier, which means you can come in drunk so long as you're not, being rowdy or whatever. But if you want to like take advantage of like being able to have meals like lunch or dinner and not just like breakfast, which is what they offer to everybody, you would have to like do certain things, like go to church or go to like a sermon or something.
That's okay. That's
yeah, it was indoctrination basically.
Yeah.
And I wasn't there often, but I could tell, my sense is that for some people this was helpful, but for other people it was a huge hindrance, because there were guys there that would have like pizza delivery jobs. Because they were wearing a uniform or something, and there were older guys there that just, for whatever reason, it was better just to do what they wanted in order to take advantage of what they were offering, and you could like stay there all day instead of like having to leave or whatever.
Yes.
So I've had more means than that, and I found this field, and I was lucky to be able to park my car there. So that's kind of like the situation here, is like most of the homeless people here are visible. I am surprised that I have not met any students who are homeless, because there are about, like, nationwide, like, over 50,000 homeless college students.
So I guess I have to ask, how do you take care of your everyday needs, like toilet needs, hygiene needs?
Yeah, at different times, um, it's either been good or bad. So when I have money, I can have, like, access to a gym membership, and I can get, like, a private, bathroom, shower, a toilet, sink, groom, hygiene, all that jazz.
Yeah.
When I didn't have access to a gym, there were two different methods of going about at least showering or brushing my teeth. I could brush my teeth anywhere, but mostly showering.
Mm-hmm.
The first one was, there's a recreational center here on campus where you can walk in and go downstairs to the pool locker room, and they have a huge shower area in there. And I used to shower and get away with, because I didn't present as a homeless person,
Right.
and I looked young enough. And there were older guys that would show up there too. So it wasn't like I stood out, and I wasn't there long enough to, like, be doing anything terribly unusual.
Right. Although
I kept shaving.
I personally think it shouldn't matter if you present as homeless or not, but
No, and the irony is that this recreational center is next door to. There's a lot of limestone buildings, because limestone is an abundant rock in this area.
Right.
There's a lot of quarries and stuff, but they had etched into the old building wall some kind of slogan. I can't remember what it is. It's like serving the public health good or something like that.
right, yeah.
So I got away with doing that for about 2 years. And then one day they questioned me, and I couldn't go back.
Wait,
And then it
so
became
what is this facility for then?
it's for college students who pay their tuition and have that. There's 2 recreational centers. One of them you can't get through without swiping your card. Like, you
Right.
have to go through. They would notice if you didn't,
Okay.
swipe your card. This one was an older building, and they had different access points where you didn't have to go to the booth, so you could basically circumvent it. When that,
Yeah.
yeah, no, well, that I couldn't do that anymore. It was around fall or something, and I started taking showers at this building that was right next to the field where I was tenting in. It was like a lawyer's building. The patch of woods that I was at is like at the corner of an interstate and I was like 200 meters from the interstate. My tent was 200 meters from the interstate, and I hated the noise. I don't know how I tolerated it, but sometimes I'd wear earplugs.
Right.
But it was just a large tract. It's since been turned into condos. Go figure. But it would be like 40, 50 degrees, late fall weather, and I was taking showers with a garden hose late at night, and that was brutal. Like, I could tolerate it on my body, but if I was like washing my hair, it was just like instant brain freeze.
Yes.
It hurt. And so I like did that like as infrequently as I needed to.
Yes.
And other times I've gone back to a gym or whatever. When you're at your tent and you're not next, if you're in a home, you can walk down the hall and go to the bathroom.
Yes.
If you need to have sudden diarrhea or something like that, or if, whatever's going on, you basically have the woods. So I have a lot of memories of sitting on a bucket in the middle of the woods. But like, I know it's fond, but it's like sometimes it was raining, just or snowing or whatever.
Right.
No heating in the tent. So I would cover my tent with old blankets or old, like I stole like old cheap
During the winter.
sleeping bags, and I put them over the interior of my tent to mitigate the wind and the internal temperature. And I would have like 2 sleeping bags and a fleece. And,
do you ever
you know,
make a fire to make the place warmer?
I did once or twice during Thanksgiving because I wanted to like cheer myself up. But I had met the guy who owned that tract of land. He coincidentally had his business in the building. There was a big porch behind his building where I took showers for on and off as I needed to over the years. But he had met me, and he was very cool. I'm sorry?
Oh, I just wanted to clarify. By fire, I mean like a campfire type thing with a little hole.
Yeah, I know what you.
Surrounded.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like I just did like a couple times because I had the freedom to do it.
Right.
But I didn't need to. I've used a like a propane cooking stove for like during the pandemic. I did that a lot because everything was locked down. And
I mean for warmth rather than for cooking.
No, just to cook. It doesn't provide enough warmth and or lasting warmth. It's better like if you have like proper sleeping, like if you have properly insulated sleeping bag, and then like I had like 2 different sleeping bags, and then a fleece over that, so that like the condensation of my body heat, meeting the freezing temperature, it would like the crystals, and it would like freeze up on the fleece. And so what I would have to do is like take that fleece and go to the laundromat and dry it every couple days.
Right.
So if I didn't have that fleece, I would have to be taking like, it would like infiltrate the sleeping bag and it would affect the warmth. And that can be really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I did that for hygiene. And then the past 2 years, the building I'm at, which is the East Jacobs Music Building here on campus, the percussion department in the basement has a bathroom with a private bathroom that has a shower in it, toilet and a sink. And I had been using this place for years for like what I'm doing now for Wi-Fi. And I never went down to the percussion department. I explored the building, but I never went down there. You know, I would always explore like a new place to see like, you know, what does this place have? And I didn't, if there were times where if I had known that they had that shower, I could have utilized it.
Yeah.
And it was like, I only found it out relatively recently and started using it. So anyway, before I get on to like my perception of media and stuff, I just want to like recount like maybe 1 or 2 experiences of being homeless from like the people here. And you know, it's anecdotal, but I think it's probably I've experienced it in some forms at like during travels to drug studies and stuff.
Yes.
So 2 things stand out. Businesses are not friendly to homeless people. And that might sound like a no-brainer. Like obviously it, you know, if you're a business owner, you don't want the perception, you don't want that optics of someone in your business, whether they paid for something or not, or hanging around your business or whatever. But I'm talking about like businesses that are otherwise, like there are very liberal, social, you know, inclusive businesses. Like I have seen so many businesses that have like LGBTQ friendly signage and stuff like that. And their employees, they're, it's obvious that they're trying to give these people an opportunity where other businesses wouldn't. So they're, maybe the owner is gay or something. Like there's a coffee shop here where the owner is gay, and most of the people are queer in some way.
Mm-hmm.
And I know this guy, and I have seen him countless times harass homeless people.
Oh.
And I've gotten into it with him. And I've like witnessed that kind of behavior. And one time stands out where I was like, there was a plumbing business close to where I was tenting for a long period of time.
Yes.
And I used to go there to get water before I, got in my car and went into town for the day. There was a spigot in between two businesses, and I had been using it without any, like, someone telling me not to. It seemed unused. And then a person moved in, like a homemade sign person or whatever. And I went in there, and one morning I was using the spigot, and this woman comes out, opens this glass door, pokes her head out, and she goes, "Hey, that's our water faucet." And I was like, "Oh, really? I'm sorry. Listen." And I was starting to tell her, like, "Look, okay, so usually sometimes I know when to be open and forthcoming about my homelessness, and sometimes I know when it's good not to talk about it."
Mm-hmm.
And so I started telling her, like, "Listen, I am, tented in this field over here, and I just need to, like, fill up my water bottle or whatever, and splash some water on my face." And I was starting to walk, like, it was like 10 meters away from the door. And I started to walk towards her. And as soon as I started to walk towards her and, beginning my explanation,
Mm-hmm.
she slams the door really quick and locks it. And it was like, I mean, that's not egregious in and of itself.
Yeah.
But she was so frightened just by, a potential conversation. I don't even know if I had said, like, the word homeless or anything, but I think she perceived me as being homeless. Even though I don't, I don't have that stereotypical, destitute, type of look about me.
Right.
So, stuff like this has happened over the years in various ways with either businesses or institutions or jobs. They're like, "You need an address. You need a physical address before we can give you a job," or we need to know that you are stable. And I can tell them, like, "Look, I'm stable where I'm at. I have a car." And
of course, in Poland, there are ways to sort of, technically speaking, if you know somebody, there are ways to walk around this. Like, for example, you can be, because there is a thing called meldunek in Poland. It's basically you are registered to an address, which basically means that on paper you have an address. But I suppose that's not a thing in the US.
That's a big issue here with employment, is not having a physical address.
Mm-hmm.
Like, sometimes businesses will not accept a P.O. box because it's not an actual physical address.
Right.
It just depends, but mostly they need to know
For
that you're
example,
stable.
what if you said, because how would your parents know, right? What if you gave your parents that big house address and say, "That's my permanent address"? There you go. That's my permanent address. Hire me.
I don't speak, okay, so I have long since, I disown my family name.
Yes.
I have a legal name. I use Lynx as my real name.
Yes.
I do have some interactions, and I guess you could call it relationship, with my father, even though it's problematic.
Mm-hmm.
He understands, but he has a very mild learning disability in terms of like logic.
Okay.
He's also a Christian. He's also very he doesn't understand what like you and I do about the causes of homelessness. He understands what I deal with and he can sympathize with it. But again, at the end of the day, he can say, yeah, I understand and I sympathize, but why can't you just, you know, that's the, you know, it's like, well, why can't you just, or if you would just, you know,
Right.
That's kind of been like a running theme with how he thinks people ought to do, you know, it's just something like a pull yourself up by the bootstraps type of thing.
Yeah. So
it's
going back
it's
to my question, sort of, what would happen if you'd say to your potential employers, I do have an address. That's the big house.
no, I do. That's the thing I was getting at. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My father allows me to use their address for like my driver's license.
Okay.
Because you do have to have a physical address.
Yeah.
He actually went in to verify or vouch that I lived at the address, even though I don't.
Right. So you could get employment based on that as well.
Well, the problem is that I have a little bit of money saved, and in about before the end of the month, I hadn't mentioned this to you, but it's just it's been kind of looming. I have to leave where I've been currently tented for the past 2 years. I've actually been in a good spot, but I want to leave and go out west and look for job opportunities.
Right.
The limitations, I won't get into it, but there are a lot of limitations of like staying in this town.
Yes.
And I'm at a point in my life, like, I don't want to, I've already wasted enough time or had time wasted trying to, you know, improve my lifestyle. And it's going to come with a lot of risk, and I'm going to be out of pocket, and I'm not going to be aware of the terrain or the places. And I'm going to most likely encounter a lot more police interactions than I have, for the total of the 10 years I've been here, or since 2010.
Yes.
It's going to be very risky, but it's something I need to do. Otherwise, I'm not going to be happy with my life. And so if you go to a different state, like I have healthcare here because the only reason I have healthcare is because somehow I got qualified as, quote, mentally fragile, which is a classification that they have here. Even though that sounds like really extreme. And so I have had free healthcare, no copays, no copays on prescriptions. And I had food stamps or EBT for a while. That was more problemsome. And that has, like, I have not had that for several years now. Because there was a work requirement for a while and then there wasn't. It's just, I don't understand it. But if you go to a different state and you try to, get hired, they're going to want to have an address for that locally or in the state. If you tell them that you have like, oh, I live in so-and-so, it just depends on the employer, but they're going to be like, you don't have a permanent residence anywhere nearby. What's up with that? So it causes potential issues.
I mean, there is a potential sort of solution to that, yes? Saying, I don't have a permanent residence because I just came here. I'm just getting settled in, and I'm sort of depending to get this job to be able to get an address here.
Yeah,
I have a permanent address in my old state or whatever, and now
I
I'm
see what you're
starting a
saying.
new life here. So I cannot have a permanent address yet.
Right. I see what you're saying. But then the question is, like, potentially the employer says, okay, well, where are you staying here? And
well, I'm starting afresh. I'm gonna have to ask you to pay me up front so I can get a place. I'm starting
Yeah,
a brand new
yeah.
life. You could maybe pay me in advance so that I can sort of settle
You're
myself
right.
in.
That's the same with like rental places too.
Right.
I don't see. I'm not coming from like, for the time I've been homeless. I can say like, yeah, for a time I did. I can lie or I can exaggerate, and I can say,
Yeah.
yeah, I had temporary jobs, I did drug studies, and sustain myself.
Like lying is not just this bad thing that I mean, if it will help you survive and get your life back on track, then
I agree. I agree. I don't have a problem with lying if it's if I know that the person is going to be prejudiced if I am honest.
Right.
But generally, I used to lie a lot, just unnecessarily. But I've
I mean,
come
sometimes
to a
it
place.
does become necessary in some circumstances.
Yeah, it is, and I've done plenty of it. But like I said before, I'm pretty good at knowing when I can be open and honest about,
Yes.
some aspect of my living situation,
Mhm.
and when I need to like be very,
Careful.
keep it close to the chest,
Yeah.
because of how it serves me. As where like my parents are very open about, prejudicing other people in order to, make me face consequences or do make me do what's best for me, whatever. But it just depends. Going forward, if wherever I try to establish myself, it just depends. Like, sometimes you can get paid out of off the books. So,
That's
or
true. That is
or
how undocumented immigrants often get paid off the books.
yeah. So I'm going to be like, geared towards looking for sympathetic or people who don't care about like all the details, or it just depends. There's a variety of factors.
Yeah.
But I'm leaving healthcare behind. I'm leaving my, I know the places in this town, the logistics. Like, for instance, today, the reason it took me so long just to get, settled here to talk to you was not because of like, I knew what I needed to do. It's like a third of my day is logistics. That's the other thing I want to say before I move on to about media, is that there are little things like people don't realize, like if you don't have your home, a home or an indoor place, you're basically separating your kitchen, your bathroom, your living space, your bedroom, and then there's mobility. How do you, your transportation? For me, like when I get up, there are only certain things I can do with whatever services happen to be nearby.
Yes.
So if I need to use the bathroom proper, I go to a gas station or I go to whatever's open. And that means a trip. And then if I want to eat, I have to go someplace. If I need to microwave it and they don't have a microwave, I have to go someplace else. Like here in the building, there's a microwave downstairs. And so it's like a third of this day is just going from one place to another just to do daily things. It's kind of,
And it's not
like
always guaranteed, I assume, that the places will be available.
Yeah, it comes with like, a place can be closed down, a bathroom can be busy, or depending upon the hours of the day, they close. The last grocery store closes at 11 p.m. here.
Right.
And there's just like, there's the logistics and scheduling of like the basic things you need to do, eat, hygiene,
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff. It eats up your day. And so when you get done with that, when you get done with whatever else is secondary, if you find yourself with any amount of free time, it's very limited and it's often infrequent.
Right.
Most of my free time is when I'm at my tent. yeah. So
Yeah, we sort
So-
of touched upon heat management, Karasu, in this conversation.
yeah, for the past 2 years, there's a very incredibly nice guy, and I don't know. It was my luck. My father set him up because I didn't finish the swatting story. Yeah, I when I was at my tent in that field, just real quickly, I had
Yeah.
that issue with like the gym guy, and then I had literally 8 police officers show up with flashlights, all guns pointing at me, in my tent, telling me to get out. They all had their guns open, and they were surrounded me in this huge field in the middle of nowhere. Like there was no place to run.
All right.
And
I mean,
I got
probably
out.
running could end in a lethal way.
Like if I started running, it would take me a long time to get out of the woods and then to my
And then
car.
probably there's a risk that they just open fire, since they had their guns out.
Well, actually, I learned later that this was what I was told, that they were doing it as a training exercise. They asked me questions about something that had happened to a guy's car at the same gym I was going to at the time, and I told them like I was recording it on my phone,
Yeah.
but I basically had my underwear on and like a very thin jacket because I'd just gotten out of my sleeping bag and was like almost about to fall asleep when I hear like all these shouts and stuff. And lights are like all flashlights are in my face. I'm seeing guns pulled out, and they're asking me these questions and not reading me my rights and saying like, this is a new thing we're doing. And I realized like once I knew what they were inquiring about, that I didn't need to like not. In those situations, you can either do one or two things. You can try to cooperate and hope it turns out well for you.
Yeah.
Because either you know you're not involved and you know that there might be a chance to like convince them and let them move on and you won't get arrested.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a situation where it's better not to say anything whatsoever, and you know you're probably going to get arrested.
Yes.
And then if you're homeless, you don't have any way to like sue or anything like that. You know, you can't you can't defend your rights either legally or whatever.
Or it's probably even more it's probably any sort of defending yourself and fighting for your rights is probably more difficult for a person without a home, right?
Yeah. You're not safe. Like there was an apartment complex. The field I was on was separated by a utility road and a disused quarry on the other side. And there was an apartment complex of like, it was a lower income apartment complex. And there were people there. Like there was an older lady and her son that had 3 small dogs. And right as I would step out from the field trail onto the utility road to go up to my car, they would always be there on their patio and with their dogs off a leash, and their dogs would run at me and like try to nip at my ankles. And every time that they did that, the woman would say, "Don't worry, they don't bite." And they were literally trying to bite me.
Oh.
And I'm not one of those people that like I'm an animal lover. I'm not going to pick a dog if I don't think it's a serious threat.
Yes.
But these were like some very serious Chihuahua, small dog breeds, whatever. But the son was like really aggro, really aggressive. And I knew that if I like tried to like scoot away the dog, it was going to,
turn into a situation.
Piss him off, So I went to the management company. I said, "Hey, look, they knew that I was in the field and they were okay with it because it wasn't on their property." But I went in there and I was like, "Hey, this is happening." And they spoke to them. And then as I was speaking to him, the son came in there and said, like, "Someone hold me back because I'm going to take this pencil and stab him in the eye." And he got evicted. And then there was another guy that was like really poor, had like a ton of medical marijuana I was talking to him for a while, like being friendly. And then I don't know why it happened, but then all of a sudden he said, like, you better watch out, I'm going to burn down your tent.
What?
Yeah. And so these are like people that were pretty close on the class spectrum to homelessness. And that's the attitude that they had towards, like, both of those two, you know, that guy and the son and the mother, they knew I was homeless.
Interesting.
There were people like, I remember the first couple of weeks I came back to my tent and I found this young black kid in my sleeping bag. And he was going to sleep in it. And it startled me. And I had my flashlight on him and I held it on him. And the way I approached it, and I hope people understand this, I was very, I felt like I needed to be very semi-threatening. Like, I didn't want him coming back. I was far enough away from the apartment complex
Like, so who was
that
that
I was
kid?
out. Yeah, and he was a kid, but it was more like
Was he also homeless?
no. What happened was he was reading. I had comic books in my tent, and he said he gave me this excuse of like, yeah, I like to sleep in tents. I like to be outdoors, and he was acting very innocent.
Right.
And I said, "What's your name?" And I said, you know, I was like being very demanding. I was like, "Do you have your ID? I want to know. I want to know you're telling me the truth, because if something happens to my tent." And he showed me his ID. And I think he was from Indianapolis, and so he left. I just made it clear. I said, like, look, you ran into the right person tonight. You got into the right person's sleeping bag.
Right.
Because I guarantee you, if you got into someone else's sleeping bag,
It could be
the
dangerous.
outcome would have been a lot different.
Yeah.
So, but he came back and I caught him stealing comic books and he ran. He was staying in the apartments or something. But that was really bizarre.
Right.
So anyway, and also before I move on, I want to say something. I rescued a cat and a dog when I was living in that field. And that was significant to me because I was doing drug studies at the time, and I had like a couple days, 5 days before I had to go to a screening, and I'd found this domestic cat in the rain, and I put a thing on Craigslist, and I was able to find an owner in the area for it. But it really hit home that I was able to like find a lost animal or a band. It was a former domestic cat. It was obvious.
Yes.
But it's like I could find them a home, but I couldn't get my own home.
Yeah.
And that was, bittersweet.
But you could help.
But
a living thing.
I can't hear you.
I said that you could help a living thing. Interesting.
Yeah, and there was.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was about to say that interesting enough, when I was quite small, there was I lived throughout childhood near the very center of Warsaw, the capital of Poland, and right in front of my block, communist block, there was a homeless person who was in a tent. There was this huge lawn in front of my block where people would take out their dogs, etc. And the person had a fire in front of the tent, and would be the local wise person, and like the local children would just gather around and listen to his stories, me included. And just recently, because I was wondering, did I just imagine the local wise man in a tent? And very recently, I went to a restaurant with my mom, my friend's restaurant, and out of the blue, she just asked me, "So do you remember the person from the tent that was in front of our house?" I was like, "Well, yeah." I do.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And then they sort of moved. They were there for quite a long time. It wasn't some secluded place. It was just right in the center of the city. They just set up the tent.
Yeah. So that park that I mentioned that's downtown, they've kind of slowly cracked down on that. During the pandemic,
Right.
they were allowing people to tent there. But before then, it was more of like a daytime congregation hangout place because there's, for some homeless people, there's like barely any options. There's literally, like, I understand why homeless people drink all the time because there's nothing else that they can do with their lives. Like, there's nothing, like, it's like at some point it becomes like you see something and yeah, there might be a possibility, but it's so insurmountable that you don't have to have, like, it's just the reality of your options. And homeless people don't have, generally, because homeless people are like cosmopolitan in a way in terms of demographics, whether it's like from their class background or their identity,
Yeah.
or work, but they there's certain things that are shared, common things, whether it's someone who doesn't have a car or someone who has an RV. Usually, I think what's most significant, or at least for me, is that they don't have a safety net, whether it's a family safety net or a social safety net.
Yeah.
The institutional
Or
safety net.
sometimes sort of even a friend with whom you can stay.
Yeah, that's what I mean by like a social safety net. Yeah. Or it's not so much like they know people from their past their housed lives when they had, when they were housed and they had a job and they had a normal type lifestyle routine.
Yeah.
But there are people the people who do know them are not usually people who are in a position to help in any kind of significant way. Maybe they're willing to let them stay for a short period of time, but they have like their own family or they can't give but like a couple dollars because they're dealing with financial issues themselves. To me, it comes down to like if you ask a homeless person what happened, what caused your homelessness, you're going to get either, someone being very succinct about it, but there's probably a lot of different factors that went into it. But the one thing that kind of like overarchingly, like an umbrella for all those types of experiences and how people got to that place, is that they didn't have family, friends, social safety net, or the institutional safety net like healthcare or a medical condition, or if like this goes into like the demographics of like there's more than just mentally people with mental issues or drug abuse issues. That is like 30 to 40% of the population of homeless people. And homeless people in the US are like, I think it's like underreported because most of these stats come from major cities and it doesn't take into account smaller cities like where I'm at or even smaller. But generally it's accepted that it's like 6,500,000 in the US total. And it's rising like exponentially. But what happens is like these people they either have like really severe traumatic situation happen to one of these things, whether it's healthcare or disconnect from family, some kind of support breaks and it cascades. And there's not enough there to like hold that, that issue back. And sometimes they're left destitute. Sometimes they can carry on. They have means. They have they can get out of it easily. Sometimes it's like a 2-week temporary homelessness. Sometimes it's, on and off. Sometimes it's just, there's something that's just permanently in the way, that every other issue that needs to be dealt with has to be aligned first before that one thing can be addressed.
Yes.
And that's like an insurmountable thing. I think that's just the overarching issue, is the safety net in all those spheres of living. There's a failure there that happens. And
I guess I remember sort of almost becoming a safety net for someone. Like my mom, many years ago, used to have, because my mom had at that time a pretty good job at a newspaper advertisement, what's this called? Department. And she had a person come to us to clean. I think she was a foreigner. I believe she might have been Ukrainian. And at some point one day, mom just asked me, so this person that comes to us to clean, her situation, she has a child, I think it was a daughter. Her situation, her housing situation sort of became suddenly very dicey. And so would you have anything against if we just let them stay for a bit? It might not come to that. Their situation might be okay, but if it does become sort of critical, would you be okay if they just stayed here?
Yeah. And like I said, there's only the people that are, that are still connected to homeless people. They're limited, in what they can do. Or like if you have like my family, they have a perverted sense of what help is, and and I was relying on them to such an extent because I moved around a lot. I didn't feel attached, like whether it was school or actual growing up or landing in a place that I didn't identify with and I didn't care for, and kind of being directional. Anyway. And also part of my personality is I tend to either be very unambitious or extremely ambitious, which may be, a symptom of my bipolar tendencies.
It might be when you're in the manic, you become very ambitious, and then when you're in the cool down.
No, it's not. It doesn't have anything to do with those episodes,
phases?
whether it's
Okay.
depression or mania. It's part of my personality. I've always not been very. If something doesn't appeal to me, I'm not. Like I said about with work before, like if it was a very monotonous type of, I wasn't able to. There wasn't variety, within the job. If I couldn't talk to people, if it was just rote labor.
Yeah.
That's something that I can't easily tolerate, just even if it's for money. And that's you can call it a failing, but it's just part of how I value things. And so there are some things about how I have pursued options or squandered things. Like I'm not a perfect person. Like I've done things and I've contributed to my own outcome in some way. I'm not putting this on my parents completely. I'm not putting this on justice system that, didn't care about me or, it's just, a person is an individual and they encounter society as they encounter society, and they're going to, it's just going to create a different outcome, and it just depends. But I want to move on finally to the last kind of subject if that's
How the
okay.
topic's being treated, what pitfalls befall us when we talk
Yes.
about it, and sort of how the whole thing is handled in general, yes?
So let me preface this by saying I'm an expert on my life. I feel like I'm a homeless expert. Like, I have the experience and the skills.
Yeah.
But when it comes to my consumption of media and my limited experience, given, I'm speaking from a certain narrow spectrum of homelessness that I can't speak to the people that hang out at the park or the people that, most homeless people work and work full time and they still cannot get out of homelessness.
Right.
I have not been that type of person that has been able to find full-time work. I've just been able to survive. So there are different reasons and different ways of operating within the spectrum of homelessness. I am only going forward with what I say. This is only my experience, limited as it is, with how when I became homeless, I became much more political. Like I was not very political prior to my homelessness. When I became homeless, I learned very quickly about what's what. And since that time, I've started watching a lot more leftist, commentary channels.
What sort of channels have you been watching?
Well, so this is probably a common thing, and I'm cringe at saying this, but I started watching TYT
The Young Turks.
several years ago.
Yeah.
I watched it for about almost 2 years, and then I started realizing that I wasn't quite like hitting me. There was something kind of superficial about what I was understanding, and I was also seeing. I'm going to jump around a lot with a lot of my commentary, but on this matter. So I hope whoever's listening still can follow along. And I appreciate anybody who's listening because I've gone like at length about my life and who cares about, all the details of my life. There were some segments that they would do on homelessness, and I was not really happy with the way that they kept referring to things.
Can you give examples?
Yeah, and I will use what I like when I initially reached out to you. I think I may have made it sound like I had more of an issue with what you were saying than I actually did. My actual critique about you had a video recently, a segment about homelessness where I think you were talking about the Tennessee law that makes it illegal.
Yes.
And early on, I don't have it. Like I agree with everything you said, like everything.
Right.
You did nothing wrong in presenting it, except I saw a blind spot that I've seen elsewhere when well-meaning people have commented on homelessness.
Yeah.
I think what I've seen is like when people talk about homelessness and they talk about what makes up homelessness, the rhetoric that they use is usually, almost always, begins and ends with whether they'll say something to the effect of whether it's mental illness or drug abuse.
Right.
If maybe they'll say something about not being able to get a job, and they'll stop at that. And so that to me, I've noticed that so often in people who care about it, leftists who commentate it, whether it's just, political streamers or channels like the Majority Report or TYT or, whoever is on, the left side in analysis of, issues that are going on in the U.S. It usually starts and stops with that. And my problem with that is that it contributes to a stereotype if you leave it at that.
And
it's not that it's untrue.
And I've done this.
It's just that, what's that?
And I've done this.
No, well, you did start with you mentioned mental health and drug abuse, and that makes up of like 30 to 40%,
Yeah.
depending upon what poll. My problem isn't the citing of it; it's that that's like 1/3, like
Yes.
of the demographic. And what happens in my mind, and I don't know how much of an issue this is because there's no way that I can actually.
So when did it come up in the video that I've done?
Like a couple minutes in, when you were starting to talk, before you started talking about the law. Again, I don't. It's not. It's a critique, not a criticism.
Yeah, of course.
And it's minor, and I don't have like. It's not that I have an issue with you mentioning it or tackling it to the extent that you know it. It's that it's a blindside in the overall narrative, like how homelessness is presented on the left by different people usually starts and stops with that. And so it contributes to this narrative that when people hear it, it kind of reinforces other people who aren't on the left. Like it becomes this social perception that the majority of homeless people are dealing with drug issues or have mental health issues. And I will also say that there is, I don't know the percentages because I can't keep stats in my head for anything, but there's also a distinction between people who have become homeless because of those two issues and people who have developed those issues as a result of homelessness.
Yes.
So there's
Well,
like
well,
13%.
I guess.
I'm sorry.
I guess Karasu is sort of true. I guess in my mind, in my mind when I mention a person that has drug problems and is homeless, I guess in my mind I think since someone can be homeless and have drug issues, they sort of go through an extra layer of problems since they are homeless, which is a problem, and they have a drug problem. So I better not mention it, if that makes sense.
No, you're taking this. You're taking this way too harsher than I meant. Like, it's again. Let me. I've offered my criticism. What I want to do is I want to explain why it goes beyond those two issues. So, like I said, there's that 30 to 40% for both of those two issues that make up homeless people. A certain percentage of that, like 13 to 15%, or maybe more, I can't remember, is a result, is what is an issue that occurs post homelessness or as a result of homelessness because they're trying to cope and manage the trauma that led them to homelessness. So that's an important distinction in my mind. But there are also other demographics. There are people who have a safety net, who live rather ostensibly regular lives, pay taxes or whatever, but they're floaters, or they have like an RV. They have they're there on the cusp, or they just need to be able to get the right kind of job where they can save enough money. And there are orphans that filter out of the system. They don't have any friends or family or anything like that. That is a portion of them. There are elderly who, as you age, you develop certain issues, usually health related. But if you don't have a family taking care of you, or a family can't afford to take care of you, then you can become homeless.
Yes.
The other issue that I think is just almost as important as homelessness that doesn't get the same amount of attention is incarceration rights, like prisons, not just jails. And ironically, I will mention, just as a kind of contrast, well, I'll get to that later. There are veterans who had lives, families, or whatever and they can't deal with trauma, or they resort to, coping mechanisms.
PTSD.
I will say that, and there are single mothers of families that have, domestic violence and stuff. I cannot remember the stats on these, but because this group of people that I just listed comprise the other 2/3 of homeless people demographics.
Yeah.
If you only mention those two people, even though that is a significant portion, a block, it leaves out like a spectrum for people to understand, because there are a lot of people who are dealing with those issues, but they haven't become homeless. Something hasn't broken in their lives, but they may carry the same attitude about homeless because they see them as people with mental issues or drug abuse
Right.
issues. And so it can prejudice people, because whether you're on the left or the right, listen, I have, here in town, there is a trans woman who I was trying to be friends with through comic books. She worked at a store that I went to often, and like in the space of a week, within one text conversation, it, like, almost literally within 2 minutes, she said that Hitler was the greatest Aryan leader since Julian the Apostate. Kanye West and Louis Farrakhan were right, and this was like just after Kanye West had fell off on Alex Jones' show.
What?
Yeah, and she was making all these anti-Semitic things, and she was a white girl that was interested in African religious studies and religion in general. And the last I heard, she was becoming a Muslim, worshiping Islam or something. I don't know. She was it was really bizarre, really a lost individual, in terms of so I don't mean that to malign. I'm not trying to say that that's very unusual. But there are people who you would think, because of their, if you're a trans person, you're not gonna think that person is gonna be bigoted or racist.
You never know.
Towards other marginalized groups. You think they're going to have some awareness, but it kind of goes back to the same thing.
I guess it sort of is a stereotype on its own, right? This assumption.
What's that?
I guess this assumption is a stereotype of its own, no?
Yeah, someone in chat just said Hotep, and that was something that came up. It was very much like they were lost. I think I'm not in a position to help reform them or anything, and I don't know about their family situation. But they were working at a store, and I have these text messages, and I was conflicted about this, but I was very uneasy about a person like this being in the community.
Right.
But I told their company, I showed them the text messages, and I said, yeah, you can do whatever you want with it. I don't like getting people fired or helping get people fired, but later on she spit at one of her employees and they fired her. So I don't know if my information contributed to that, but she literally, after she knew that I had reported her, I showed up at the store, and I'm not Jewish, but she when I went up to her, she goes, "Shalom," and I'm like, I know you're an anti-Semite, and I know you're saying that to kind of rub it in, but I guess she thought because I was defending Jews that she thought I was a Jew. So, but that was really bizarre, and I only point that out as an extreme example, because you can find people who we all you cover these people. They'll have like Brianna Wu recently, President Sunday talking about,
Speaking
the
of,
severity of her financial situation,
yeah.
let's say.
Oh yeah,
People can have
$200,000 for
ostensibly really good.
yeah,
What's that?
$200,000 for a animation studio.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't even count how many homeless people that would get out of, like.
Yeah.
That's another thing I wanted to mention in terms of stats. One thing that comes to mind is that Utah, Salt Lake City in Utah did something where they offered their homeless people homes. It cost the government, I think, what was it? I may get this wrong. It's either 25,000. I think it's $25,000 to pay for homeless people to manage them in your community.
Mhm.
But once they enacted this program where they gave homeless people houses, it costs $7,000, like $7,000 to $8,000 to get them in a home, and with like no strings. And they curbed it like by 73%, homelessness in Salt Lake City.
Mhm.
So even though housing isn't like a solution, it's a big factor that can help a lot of people.
Right.
And the amount of money that it takes to do that is sometimes fractional to the amount of money that people that are dealing with other issues get, money and attention and support for. So I stopped listening to TYT because of iffy stances, and then Anna Kasparian had her, fell off a cliff, and I was like, and in general, I started watching the Majority Report, and I've watched that since like 2018 pretty regularly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have quibbles here and there with the campiness of, I don't know how much you know about them, but overall, I identify with most of what they say. I've watched other streamers, like I went through. Yeah, so I was watching Vosh for a while, and I quickly stopped watching him because I recognized, like, he's bipolar too, and I quickly recognized the arrogance, the I recognize qualities in him that I found in myself when I was younger,
right?
Because of my attitude, that I think was informed by my bipolar tendencies. He's not a bad guy. I don't think he's, what people call him. I don't like the hypocrisy. I don't like that kind of cliquishness that goes around in his circles.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen, I've watched Destiny a few times. That's obviously, he's not,
So what did you think of Destiny?
He's self-serving. I mean, he's calculated and doesn't really, I mean, I think, generally he's okay, but he's no different than like a liberal that has, will treat this person well, but will treat another person like, really horrible. He's just all over the map. I've never really liked him.
Who else?
The people that I like now, there's a Twitch stream. I don't fuck with Twitch because it's like it has ads and stuff. But Actual Jake, do you know Actual Jake?
It does sound familiar, the name, yeah.
He dresses up in a corn suit.
Yes,
or it's
I know. He debated President Sunday, yes.
Yeah, I watched that debate actually, and I thought both of them were like, I thought both of them did not do well. And that was like a rare instance, because right now I really like President Sunday with what he talks about.
Mm-hmm.
But that debate was like, I had problems with like both of them.
Okay.
I think they were either like talking past each other, or it was like, I can't remember, but there was something about it going like, this is a point, like this issue is the point of this issue is kind of being missed. And anyway, but he's been good. He said a lot of good things about homelessness and about, at least on stream, he doesn't have segments. That's the one thing I want to get to, is like when I went through these different leftist channels, like I went through David Pakman's. I've never watched him. I know he has horrible stance on the things related to, he's Jewish and he has,
I'm
bad.
Jewish.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Biggest Polish trans Jewish streamer.
Right. Well, he's
That's
like
why I
not
can tell
talking.
you Shabbat Shalom today. I shouldn't be even using electricity.
You shouldn't even be using what?
Electricity.
I don't.
It's the
I couldn't hear
Shabbat.
what you're saying.
I said I
I
shouldn't
don't know
be
what that
even.
is.
I shouldn't be even using electricity because it's the Shabbat.
Oh, Shabbat. Yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah, you're right. Friday.
Well,
Yeah.
technically speaking, it's Saturday, but it
Okay.
starts on Friday because the passing of the days is marked by it becoming dark. So it starts when it becomes dark on Friday. It becomes
So
Saturday, technically
you are
speaking.
admitting to being a bad Jew.
Yes.
All right.
It's for the greater good, speaking about these issues. So,
But I noticed, like, and I don't know if this is like, I think this is a consequence of like the amount of time that David Pakman and TYT have been on the air. But one metric that I have noticed, and I don't know, you can take it or leave it, but like all those streamers, them, I've looked at. Who else have I looked at?
Yeah.
I looked at a couple, but they other streamers. Vaush, The Majority Report, TYT, Actual Jake, President Sunday. I think Hunter Avalone, who I've watched a few times. But if you go through their video list and you look at least like what videos are titled homeless, there may be some videos that he talks about it or don't get included in segments. I think all of these people are on, they are supporters in some way. But if you look at like TYT and David Pakman, surprisingly, even though I don't watch him, I don't care for him too much. Not just because of his stance on Israel and Gaza, but he has the most segments about homelessness, and he's done segments on like actual homeless individuals. And I separate that from like people who have like called in. If there's like, David Pakman has a call-in show, The Majority Report takes calls. Other shows don't. And so those shows that don't, they have to, their production, they curate what they want to talk about, what they're interested in. And Vosh has a very big, queer community. That's his thing. And that's great. But if you look at Vosh's video list, I think there was like 3 or 4 segments on homelessness.
Oh.
And every other, like everything is just, trans, or that's his thing. I get that because like, if you identify with something and you want to be an advocate and an activist, you're going to focus on that. And there's nothing wrong with it whatsoever. But the thing is like, there are some issues that homeless people face that are, when like compared to the same instances with other other marginalized people, whether it's people of color, people from the queer community. Like, for instance, the big thing that comes to mind is that there are like something like 2.6 million trans people in the U.S. The stats on trans people are very well, like, they have been collected. Like, there's good, polling and good collection of data on that. The stats on homelessness often lag by like a couple of years, and they're more inclusive of like big city from like news reportings or
Wait,
newspaper reportings.
You're referring to now the number of homeless people, yes?
Yeah, there's about 65.
There's this term, gosh, it's used in the thing that I've been reading, and it's the thing that's being most depended on, but at the same time, it's not really all that dependable per se.
It is.
It's
It's
sort
not.
of, for example,
It's incomplete.
it doesn't count in people that, for example, even find a hotel for a couple of days to stay in, or stuff like that. They already sort of excluded out of the numbers.
Right. You're getting at it. It's just that there are institutions that it's also a function of the class. It's also a function of the class divide, because barely more than 1% of homeless people are trans, or of the some of the queer community, and there are reportedly about 6,500,000 homeless people in the U.S.
Right.
I think that number is underreported. I don't know how much.
It is.
Yeah.
It's been stated in the thing that I read that it's severely underreported even.
And I understand why that is, because it's harder to track homeless people than it is to track people who are in society and have class mobility.
There are also sort of inherent flaws to the methodologies themselves. Like, there's an annual count of homeless people that is being done, and it's basically, for example, it's done at the beginning of the year when it's super cold, for example, so people look for shelters, like temporary
Yeah,
shelters,
it's
like
easier to
hotels,
track people
etc.
through shelters.
But those people are not exactly counted. That's the problem. Like, there's I have to find this. Okay, I'm gonna try do my best.
I can barely hear you.
That's because I sort of turned away from the microphone. I'm gonna find the thing. I'm gonna try to find it for you. Okay, I'm gonna. Gosh. There we go. I think I'm gonna. Yes, I'm gonna find it now. I'm gonna get it now. So. There we go. Got it. So. It's called. I'm trying to. Because this is a big report. It has like 60 pages, I think. It's about bathrooms. It has 69 pages. It's called Bathrooms as a Homeless Right Issue. Have you ever encountered problems accessing facilities?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like I said, it's dependent upon, generally here in this town, it's relatively tolerant of homeless people. There's not a lot of gatekeeping at businesses where McDonald's does not have, you don't have to buy something and have a code on your receipt in order to go to the bathroom. There's a ton of businesses that you can go to that have bathrooms.
That's not a solution.
Yeah, I know. The shelter, the main shelter, the community, the homeless community shelter is located downtown. The shelter is kind of outside of it, but they limit access to that.
This thing has a whole section called "Why Bathrooms in Homeless Shelters Are Not a Solution." So, are you familiar with the term point-in-time count?
No, but it seems to. I think I could grasp the concept.
Yeah, it is an annual or biannual census of sheltered and unsheltered homeless individuals in cities, counties, states, and territories across the country. It requires that these regions conduct the point-in-time count to receive federal funds to address homelessness. Despite the many valid
Okay.
criticisms of the point-in-time count methodology, this article focuses on the locales with the most homeless individuals according to the HUD point-in-time count, because evidence suggests that the findings would be remarkably similar no matter which cities are studied. There are, of course, many problems
Yeah.
with this in time count thing because,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. It's, that's part of the reason that kind of it limits, because of that lack of access to basic, hygienic, functions and,
Yeah.
just, basic stuff. What the consequence of that is that it keeps homeless people, congregated in certain areas of cities where they can easily access amenities, whether it's a
Yes.
bathroom or, adjacency to a shelter. They don't have to walk too far, or it's close to their sleeping spot. That is one of the factors that keeps people congregated in parks because of its proximity to the basic things people need.
Yes.
And again, I've been able to operate outside of that, but I still encounter the same issues at various times.
Of course.
Either,
I'm not sure if
extremely.
I've mentioned that in the video that you've watched, that it sort of becomes a tool to then criminalize. Like you don't have enough public toilets, and then you introduce criminalization for defecation and urination in public. So you introduce a fine, which many people just cannot afford, and
Yeah,
then instead of a
it
fine,
doesn't even make sense.
you introduce jail. So it's a way to eliminate homeless people out of view, out of society, sort of as the undesired group.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, let me see. There are, there's a community kitchen. There's 2 locations. There's a main one, and that's closer to downtown, and there's one that was close to where I was tented at the corner of the city, the northwest corner of the city.
Who runs them, if it's
And
okay to inquire?
what's that?
Who runs them, those kitchens?
It's called Community Kitchen. It's kind of I think it's a non-profit where people businesses donate food items
Right,
for whatever
but
reason.
who's the organizer of the kitchen? Who's like the running body, so to speak?
I have no idea, but you want to know something that's ironic?
Mm-hmm.
Ever since I became homeless, my parents volunteer once a week at that kitchen. I've never gone to that main kitchen, but I've gone to the satellite kitchens many times. That's also a logistical problem because that satellite location is on the other side of town, like directionally opposite of it. And even though that serves, and it's in that Section 8 housing community where I was trying to get housing early on, if you're not in that area and you don't have, convenient mobility, like you don't have a car, or if you have to use the bus or you have to walk,
Good night.
they only offer food once a day from 4 to 6. So you have to plan your day, if you rely on that food, around that time, and to be there. It's free, and it's usually good food, and they're not stingy with it. You can get it for if you have a family, you can pick up 4 little containers of salad, veggies, and protein and stuff. But even with my means, I found there was a pro and a con to it. After I moved from that tent spot that was close to the satellite location, I was at a location that was equally distant from both of those locations. And so what would happen was I had to consider like, oh, the gym closes at 8. I used to go to the YMCA for a while till they kicked me out. That was a whole story I didn't even get into, but I won't. So I had to, like, you know, at least for me, I had to spend money on gas in order to go get food during this certain time, and I had to arrange my day around that limited amount of time, along with other issues like when the grocery stores close, because I don't eat just once a day. Although most of the time that I've been homeless, I either eat once or twice at most a day.
Yes.
And they're not like really full meals.
Yeah.
Like, it just depends. But these things aren't as much as they can do to help, you know, people. And it's not just for homeless people. Poor people or people who are living below the poverty line can take advantage of the food. It's not strictly for homeless people.
Yes.
I think it's mostly a matter of businesses donate extra food, surplus food, or stuff that's about to expire that they know they're not going to use. And they make pretty good meals from it. But the infrastructure of institutions, usually nonprofit, and they don't get enough money from donations or from grants or wherever they get their money in order to really like fully realize their potential.
Yes.
And I live in a city, I think, that has like 82,000 people. I think I may be incorrect. That's not like a big city, and it's dependent mostly on like everything is dependent upon the college year season in terms of like, you know, rents or businesses, operational stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine like you know, a place like Chicago or LA or even Cincinnati, which is I've been to a few times for drug studies. I don't even know. I'm not as familiar with that, although I have taken advantage of that when I was in those towns. So I can't really speak to that because my experience is limited to this location. The other thing, before I forget, I'm sorry if this is going off topic from your point about hygiene and stuff, which I could go on about in graphic detail of all the funny situations I found myself in trying to get a shower or use the bathroom or whatever.
Yeah.
One of the statistics that like caught my attention was, so like I said, there's about 2.6 million trans people in the U.S. as like last year's count. And like a couple years ago, there was a count of like 6,500 homeless people, which we both agree is underreported. Although I can't speak to how much. One of the stats that stood out to me was, and I'm going to relate this back to how leftist media people talk about the severity of some issues more often and accentuate them. Not because they're unimportant, but it's a disproportional amount of attention. The murder rate of homeless people, given that there's more trans people and there's less homeless people, the murder rate of homeless people, murder, not just deaths, okay, of like illness or something, but murder, homicide, is like in the towns in the major cities like Colorado or Denver or LA or Washington, D.C., which is usually where these stats are. The majority of these stats are compiled from. The murder rate is something that has gone up like in some of these cities 300%, 200%, 100%, depending upon the city, like exponentially. So like alone in LA, like over 300, I may be mistaken, but I think over 300 people were killed in the last year that they counted this. The last census for murder murdered people in the trans people specifically was like 53 or something like that from last year, and that had gone up from like 23 from the prior year.
Yeah.
So there was like, it more than doubled. But when you talk about proportionality and what homeless people deal with, given their class, like their lack of class status, and given, I think generally speaking, it comes down to two things. Everyone's issues are valid and equal. I'm not trying to like play oppression Olympics here at all.
Mm-hmm.
But when you talk about the attention that I see, either streamers or political streamers or like dedicated political commentary channels like the Majority Report or TYT or David Pakman or something like that, when you see the attention given to and the rhetoric given to issues that some marginalized people face and the lack of attention, when you realize that there's a disproportionate amount of violence and attack and assault and, their struggle that's not being talked about. And when it is talked about, it's talked about at a more or less shallow kind of surface level. That's not wrong, but kind of it either doesn't fully do justice to educate the people that are listening, or it kind of contributes to the narrative of society in general across the political and ideological spectrum, who generally have a negative attitude, perception, and treatment of homeless people. And I think that is a function of the issue that the reason you don't have, politicians in Washington making, right-wingers, conservatives making an issue about homeless people is because we have long since already been defeated.
Yes. Although conservatives sort of make homeless people an issue as far as in they wish to enact laws that would totally make it illegal for a homeless person to exist within a city or any space.
Right. I'm not saying that there isn't any,
Hence
like local legislation.
Right. Hence this whole use of lethal violence against people that are, for example, resting in their car in front of someone's house or just...
Right. That's a function of people who are at a local level, are basically NIMBYs, and they also happen to be on the school board or, council members or politicians, in state Congress or governors that, if they have a city in their state that has that they're getting a lot of negative comments from businesses, they're going to respond because they need to maintain and quell homeless people.
I think, I'm not sure if you've read, Karasu sort of touched upon the fact that in our part of the world, the way homelessness developed took a little... I've touched upon this in our DMs, that the road to homelessness sort of took a different route from the US because, for better or worse, for example, in Poland, when Poland was part of the so-called Eastern Bloc, the problem of homelessness was minimal to almost non-existent because basically everybody, to a lesser or bigger extent, was giving some sort of housing. Almost nobody had no form of housing during those times. And then came the 90s and a sudden surge in homelessness due to how privatization was handled, due to how people that sort of had a thing to do or jobs sort of just lost them and fell into poverty and then homelessness, it just became a huge problem. That's, I guess, one thing that is a big difference. And then there is the fact that in Poland, and I suspect many other European countries, the problem of homelessness is closely tied to, in my opinion, the most oppressed group in Europe, which is Roma people. Homelessness and poverty are closely tied to Roma people, and it is also a tool used to marginalize and oppress them.
Yeah, I'm generally familiar with Roma people, the diaspora. You know, that itself unfortunately contributes to a lack of like being able to have agency, you know, as a people, because they operate in different countries. They, you know, and but I'm not too familiar with that. You know, I guess the only other country that I'm familiar with homeless people that I've seen, there was a guy, I think his name was like, he's a streamer on YouTube or like his name is like, his channel name is like Maximilian something, but he seems to be like a British guy. And I saw 2 homeless videos where he was actually interviewing a homeless person. That's another thing that bothers me is like, I understand to an extent, like it's difficult to get, it's like, it was, even with my means, it can be difficult for me. Like I live my moment, you know, every day, moment by moment, because I can literally stop talking to you in this interview and walk out of the building and something major will happen.
Yeah.
And that's just like, you know, like I said, my car is my default home. If something happens to my car, my life drastically changes. Like if it gets like totaled
damaged
in what's that?
Damaged, for example.
Yeah, well, I've had people run into me about like 3 times since I've been homeless, but it's been repaired. I was once without it for a month. I couldn't get, it was considered totaled by the insurance, and so they wouldn't pay for it to get fixed by their approved body shop, because it was like $600 over the totaled amount of the worth. And they just averaged the cheapest car that was sold and the highest priced car that was sold within like 100 miles of my location, and said that's what it's worth. And so, but yeah, if something happens to that car, you know, I'm in the park. You know, my mobility is gone. My ability to seek and maintain a job is drastically reduced.
Yes.
Never mind the long-term repercussions of that, you know. So like if you have whatever you have, like it's a risk. It's like I'm literally driving my car around on the road. And there's so much risk involved when you're someone who needs to move around a lot. If you're, whether you're Roma or you get work where you can, or you're stuck in a place and you really need to, you have no security in what you do have.
Yeah.
And
often when you have something, you just face prejudice of that thing being robbed, demolished, etc.
Yeah, and it's bizarre because it's been pointed out, I don't know by whom, but I think it was like, I don't remember, some presidential candidate one time he said like, I think it's always been a case, at least in the US, that even poor people who are like the poorest of the poor look down on homeless people.
Yes,
even though they are like,
I would think that's sort of like a classist thing. Even though I'm super poor, I'm still have my dignity as a citizen, and the homeless basically don't have that. So I'm still above that sort of
It's
thing.
a need to put value on your status in life
Yes.
by putting someone else down.
Yes.
And it's the wrong thing to do. I understand, like, it's a reactionary thing. It's a bad attitude mindset to have, but it's so common. And it's the same. It's like whether you're poor and you're living in a shack in Mississippi. Like, I've been through Mississippi. I've been in several states. I've seen a lot of different aspects of, like in Mobile, Alabama, it's very old money versus it has like, I don't know, it's like 40%
It goes very
black.
deep, the classism thing, and how homeless people are being treated like basically non-citizens and barely human. Like the simple example is that sometimes a homeless person will just come to a person and say, "Could you just buy me something to eat?" Right? That happens in the U.S. Yes.
It's more like people approach them. They'll stand out with signs on the road,
Oh,
or they'll
okay.
just sit
So
in a place.
it did happen to me in Warsaw. Like I would be going somewhere in the central train station. There's this big thing where there are various places where you can get something to eat. There are, because it makes sense. People get something to eat before or after their train rides. And for example, there would be a woman that would come to me and say, "Hey, can you just buy me something to eat because I'm hungry?" So I would go and say, "Okay, what would you like? Would you like something to drink? Would you like a dessert? Whatever," right? And the thing is that it's not enough to just order the food. You have to stay with the person and make sure the order, even if you paid, right? Like there's a risk that if you leave, even if you've paid, that the person that is supposed to do the order will just chase the person away because they're homeless, right? So you do have
Oh, I
to,
see.
yeah, so you do have to stay, make sure that the order is sort of finished, that the order is sort of handed out, and
Okay.
then it's
Yeah.
sort of, yeah.
Yeah,
Rather than if
I see that as like a business exerting their prejudice over an individual.
yeah, even
And the
though the
individual
thing
has
is
to.
already paid, that will happen.
Wow. Usually, well, so a couple points on riffing on that. My perception of homelessness, at least in the UK and the Europe, is that the there's more. There's, relatively speaking, there's more sympathy. I could be wrong. You can correct me on it. But generally
Depends.
speaking, there's more tolerance or sympathy. Also, there's probably, my perception is there's definitely not as much compared to the U.S. I'm sure there's pockets of where like it's,
There
I'm
used to
not
be
trying to.
there used to be a huge boom of homelessness in Poland, though, in the 90s especially. Like,
But outside of Poland and like across like,
Mhm.
I don't know if I don't know if maybe I'm painting too broad a brush by saying like all of Europe. So, because I realize, every country is
It will depend on the
feels.
country, probably, but keep in mind that
Yeah.
Roma people are being prejudiced all over Europe, and Roma people are
Right.
oftentimes closely associated with either deep poverty on the brink or outright homelessness. Like the same thing
Right.
happened with a Roma woman that approached me and said, like, "I barely can pay the bill. Could you maybe go to the store with me and just do shopping with me?"
Now, did they know that? Did they have like any idea that you were sympathetic to them, or did they
No,
just
they
do that
just
cold?
they do it cold. Yeah.
So here in the U.S., generally it's more like you're passive about it, and that's kind of like been my attitude. Is like, whenever I've encountered someone who I know is sympathetic, I do my best not to ask explicitly, "Hey, can you help me?" What I will do is I will say, I will explain what's going on and what I need. Like I'll say like, hey, I'll just explain like, man, something just happened to this, and I need a, I got to find a way to replace it. And I will make it clear that I need something. And if that person is willing to help me, then that person is willing to help me. If they're not, then they're not. And sometimes I need to be more, sometimes I know when I can be more like direct. But in general, what I've noticed in terms of like, whether it's panhandling, here in this, you see a lot of people on the street, in like a median of the road or at a stop sign, and they'll have like, the cardboard sign and, I'm a vet, or I'm disabled, or, any change is helpful, or I have kids or something like that. And you can see that they have their bike full of stuff or a shopping cart or whatever. Though you don't want to, like, the homeless people here, I have not seen them being like going up to cars or going up to people, because that is a surefire way for you to get like arrested, attacked,
I know
or
it's
just
been
verbally assaulted.
happening. It's been happening to me more and more lately, where a person will come to me and say, "Hey, I'm pretty hungry. Could you go to this McDonald's and could you buy me a cheeseburger?"
Yeah, that just does not that's not what happens here in the US. And I think that's just a consequence of like the attitudes of of society in general. There's a lot of when you have Tennessee passing those laws, or you have stand your ground laws, and you don't even need to be cognizant of that as a homeless person. You just know from the treatment you receive when you're just standing there minding your own business in a public space, and someone just walks by and goes like around you, or pulls their kids closer or something like that.
And I've also heard that seems like a really specific US issue, that people are told not to assist homeless people because the homeless might sue them.
Well, there are a lot of, that's another thing.
That people are instructed, for
There
example,
are
don't help this person up when they fall or something because they might sue you.
Well, there are rich people that do that just to get like.
I'm not saying about what happens. I'm saying about what the attitude of people that are not homeless is. Like, don't help this person out because they might sue you. I'm not talking about a thing that is happening. I'm talking about how the perception forms and what people tell each other how to treat homeless people.
Oh, like the discourse between people about homelessness.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like when they see someone trip and they, don't help this person.
I think that's first of all, I think homeless people realize that they don't, like, even if they tried that, they don't have money to hire a lawyer.
Yeah, but again, I'm not saying about if.
I know, but also I know that, like, if people believe that, regardless of whether homeless people do that at all, I can't really speak to that. I'm sure I'm certain people talk like that and have mindsets like that. Right. But that's just one thing I've not heard. I'm not saying that that's a thing. I just don't know how prevalent that is in society here in US. I will say, like, things like, again, it's usually like, regardless of what you believe politically or ideologically or whatever, you will find across the spectrum a bias that focuses on, these are people with mental issues, these people with drug addiction issues, these are people who don't want to work. And the stats, as I've said, about drug and mental health issues are, they're significant, but they're not the totality of it. It's a lot more complex when it comes to job and working. Most homeless people work. They just don't work. Here in America, obviously, you cannot make enough, even when you're housed, to save much of anything, if at all. Um, the attitudes, the really nasty attitudes that I have heard and experienced are things like uh, the way people talk at you. They make certain assumptions about what you need. Like there is a guy who recently gave me shoes, socks, and some shirts, and like I already had all these things. And he works as some like middle management or something with Amazon, so I'm probably sure he got it for free. He let me clean his car for $200, like, and a real nice family. And then eventually I got more direct with him, and I said, like, look, my inflatable insulated sleeping pad, which is a critical item for me. It's basically my, I've slept on the ground before for quite a significant period of time, and it's not fun, even in a sleeping bag. And he was willing to buy me like a nice quality sleeping pad that's insulated to keep me warm during the winter and stuff. But that was because I was direct and I made my needs clear. A lot of people don't do that because they're out there in public, and what they'll do is they'll just take money goes a long way, and you have to find like it's overcoming attitudes of people that say like if you just give them money, they're going to spend it on booze or drugs or whatever. That's just not. That's true for some people, but in my experience, like I have been hit up by homeless people, not knowing that I'm homeless, and I don't shy away from talking to them because I know that for whatever it's worth, it's important to engage with them. Even when I'm driving by and I see someone on the street panhandling, I lift up my hand and I wave and I acknowledge them. They want to be acknowledged. That's, they notice when you're avoiding them, whether it's, minor, micro, avoidance or something really, that speaks to like you're afraid. Irrationally.
In Poland, for example, oftentimes homeless people don't really have access to certain facilities when it comes to relieving themselves or hygiene. So oftentimes homeless people have a very intense smell about them, which many people react
to Lisa. Oh yeah, to Lisa speaking, she said something in chat about Samaritan laws. I don't know. I guess that would be like, I've not really heard of that, or I've not really encountered law enforcement bringing that up. I think I don't know, I'd have to know more about that. I'm sure it exists in some locations. I think it's more of a function of like a NIMBY attitude of just kind of like politicians manage homelessness, not because it's a threat, but because it's a problem that isn't being fixed or addressed, and it's getting exponentially worse and noticeable and more severe. And as a consequence of that, when you hear like of a law in Tennessee, or there's one I just heard about in Lexington, Kentucky. And Lexington is a very, like, they have the University of Kentucky there, big major college university, and but it's a very rich, like a lot of rich people live there, and a lot of like rich businesses. Like it's a big whiskey town and all that kind of stuff. It's a big kind of tourist towny rich person place. So I can't remember exactly, they had some kind of law that they passed that severely curbed like you couldn't sleep in your car, stuff like that, because that problem is getting so bigger and so prominent that it's kind of like managing it by laws. But again, I'm trying to make a distinction, at least in my perception, that like when you have politicians at a federal level, all far right conservatives attacking trans rights and gender affirming healthcare, or abortion rights, or voting rights, or anything like that, that to me is a sign that they still haven't conquered those issues. Homelessness, in my opinion, has been like, we've been defeated, and to use like a crude term for it, but basically like for hundreds, like decades and decades and decades, this isn't an issue that is a threat to politicians at that level. It's more of like local politicians, local community councils, school boards, stuff like that, or just, any kind of organization that has that kind of attitude, managing a problem that is already, they want to squelch that and not let it get out of control. But unfortunately, it's just getting like worse and worse and worse. So I kind of expect it to be more prominent, maybe not at the federal level, because the solutions to that are like systemic, with healthcare, access to healthcare, labor rights, wages. Those things get dealt with at all levels, but they're kind of like battlegrounds that happen on a federal level, to like that, those kind of addressing those things at a federal and state level help curb homelessness. But they're kind of like these overarching issues that take a lot of willpower and determination and a long time. And it seems like, that's an ongoing forever issue that who knows if it's ever going to get, there's ever going to be progress on it. So it's easy to say like, oh, these people who we can easily take away their rights, we can make this a culture war, we can, that goes up and down from like your smallest town to, Congress and stuff. And so that's why it gets a lot of attention, in my opinion, deservedly so. But I think like a lot of things just go under the radar, and when it comes to homelessness, and that is just because there is no need to attack it, or there's no willpower to
do anything,
address it, because it's so massive of a problem, structurally, systemically, that what you get at best is like individual attention, GoFundMes that get like a couple $100 versus other people who get like, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, because that's what's on people's minds.
Yes.
It's unfortunate. I understand it, the dynamics. I don't know, like I can't do anything about it as a person to change it. It's just something I that's just the way I see it, is just to like, homelessness is not a threat. It's just something to be managed. But I think that,
well, on a local level, it sort of is a threat to certain types of politicians, because it ruins the squeaky clean image of a city or of a neighborhood, or etc., etc.
Yeah, and they want to maintain their lifestyle, and they,
so in this sort of
out of sight, out of mind.
Yes.
So long as you're not, visible to me, or, acting erratically on a subway.
Yeah.
Don't give me reason to attack you,
and
because I've already defeated you.
And one of the means of sort of making sure that the thing is out of sight is to criminalize it and arrest the people involved.
Yeah. And that makes their problem actually worse. And that's why I said, like earlier before, it makes no sense to like make laws where you have like you fine a homeless person. Like, you really think you're going to get $5,000 from a homeless person?
That's by design. It's the point is not to get the $5,000. The point is to go to the next step, arrest.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's to squirrel them away permanently from visibility. And but the thing is that they get out. Like, it's weird. I think at some level, whether it's like prosecutors or judges, those people get out. Like, they get out. They don't go away.
Yeah. But they
it's
cannot change their situation easily, so they can quickly get back to jail because they will be forced sooner or later to repeat the thing that got them in jail in the first place.
Yeah, and I'll make like a hypothetical example. If a homeless person was able to get a credit card, they could max out that credit card, not pay for it at all, and not have to worry about debt collection. So it's really kind of an inverse thing, is that if you're so removed from society and your obligations and responsibilities as a citizen are so disconnected, you can take advantage of, like, there are some instances where like things can happen to you, like whether you're fined, you're not going to feel the repercussions of that unless someone really goes after you. It's really a function of just like a short-term management of squirreling someone away.
Yeah.
It's not really like, in some ways there's not like long-term repercussions for a homeless person if someone gets fined for $5,000 for sleeping in their car
or pissing in public.
Yeah. So it's
I guess I have a question. I guess my question would be, because you said that you're not really happy with the coverage among commentators, streamers, etc. What would you like to see when it comes to these topics? How would you like to see them handled? How would you like to see them discussed? What things would you like to see focused on that are not? What things would you like addressed that are not at all?
Good question. Like I said, I'm not an expert on advocacy. I'm an expert on what I've experienced and my opinion and beliefs and what I know about the facts. But what I will say is that I do recognize the difficulty of getting... I see class barriers to understanding homelessness, because not everybody has had someone in their family or a friend who's experienced it. Maybe they haven't experienced homelessness. So their priority or their attention to it is understandably, not as acute. It's not as... It's not a subject that they gravitate with unless they've had some kind of like real deep experience with it.
Yeah.
So I understand that. And everyone has their own specific causes. But what I would like to hear people talk about on the left is, like I said before, learn more about it than just mental health issues and drug addictions. Because it's not wrong, but it does potentially it does contribute to the narrative for some people who have a shallow understanding and a lack of interest in it. They'll hear it and it reinforces what they already think about homeless people. And so that's not a good thing. The other thing is, so going into that, knowing like I said, there are orphans who get out of the system. They don't have anybody. There are vets, there are single mothers. There are elderly people who don't have families that don't get taken care of. There are a lot of different people. It's a big subject, but it's not too complicated, but there needs to be more understanding and commentary on it. And I also understand, like, it's hard to get a homeless person, like, to talk. Like, it's an it's not so much like you want to talk to a homeless person, like you're giving me the time of day right now about my situation and talking about my life because you're incredibly uh, being incredibly gracious and generous with your time, and I appreciate that. Most of what the coverage that is talked about is like systemic issues, like lack of health care, wage rates, or employment conditions, labor rights, stuff like that. Healthcare, those kind of structural issues. The more that's kind of like, how do I say this?
Yes.
It's good to talk about that and continue to talk about that. I'm not sure. I don't think media is in a position to like have any kind of influence upon people who are in power, who can, come together and collectively try to, pass a law that helps homelessness, either downstream or directly. I don't think that willpower exists,
Right.
Except maybe in a very, progressive or liberal local level.
Right, local level. That is sort of the key, right? Since those laws are being passed on the local level, it stands to reason that they should also be combated on a local level.
True, but they can only do so much because there's the funding, that the amount of revenue that a local location, a city, a town gets. They can only do so much, dependent upon the homeless issue and how they think, But there's structural issues. Like if the federal government had policies where they were funding programs that help homeless people directly or indirectly, that money can trickle down to the state and local level and be utilized. So I understand that dynamic. I would say, like, when it comes to media, that if you are talking about the situation, I don't know, because it is hard to get, there's an approach that I've heard people talk about, like, this is a systemic issue.
Yeah.
Like, talking to a homeless person is anecdotal, and anecdotal is important, but it's that person, and maybe they're able to speak to these structural issues that need to be changed, but it's not worth our time including their voice. I think they're for those people that like go out and interview people, that do that as part of their commentary or their analysis, especially in the political, particularly in the political commentators, like that. I've noticed that there can be exploitative people who do that.
Right.
And it's pretty easy to tell that they're not doing it like they have selfish motivations in like giving a homeless person like a huge amount of money or whatever.
Yes.
There's a financial incentive, like, oh, this is going to generate views or whatever.
Yes.
That's easy to spot. There are a couple channels that they actually are geared towards homeless people talking about the issue. Invisible People is one of them. The head guy was formerly a homeless person. And that's all the channel is about.
Interesting.
Invisible People. Yeah, he goes out and interviews people. And there's another guy, I forget his name. Oh. He just like, he goes up to people and he says, like, can I help you? Can I buy you stuff or whatever? And they buys like a couple $100 worth of stuff. And or pays for a bill or pays for gas or something or whatever. I think he does it in a way where like it brings attention to his channel, but it's not exploitative like something like Mr. Beast or some figure like that would do. But other than those two people, I have not found any channels dedicated to that. It's mostly like political commentary that comes from, your Majority Reports, your David Pakmans, your TYTs, or your political streamers or whatever. And I'm frustrated by the proportionality that homeless issues don't get compared to other issues, even though these same people, they care and they're well-meaning, but they don't give it the deserved time and attention. And I think there's a lot of reasons that rival or exceed the issues that other marginalized people that they spend a lot more time on consistently are dealing with when it comes to homelessness. And that kind of lack of attention, unfortunately, doesn't help in giving it visibility. To the extent that media can do anything, like it gives it attention, it's not going to like change anything.
Right.
But most of what you get from like what people do is on an individual level or a nonprofit level. It's not on a small organization that may say like, hey, we're having a giveaway or something, or of tents or whatever. It's not it's not educating people. I guess that's what I'm really focusing on, is like, if you care about the issue, be a little bit more versed about it and try to, give it its equal due, because I think that's part of what has always contributed to the problem. Even before there was internet, it was like, it was real easy for like people to, at a local level deal with it or just not deal with it.
Yeah.
And
deal
individuals
with it
can
by
help
not
up.
dealing with it.
What's that?
Deal with it by not dealing with it.
True. And that just perpetuates the problem and the lack of attention and the lack of just up and down the spectrum. It's kind of like avoid it or not deal with it or don't have the willpower to deal with it. And meanwhile, everything else is getting a lot of attention and visibility, and things are changing. There's, people are defending the rights of people that need to be defended. But there's a lot of like the rhetoric, and it tends to be a little bit hyperbolic because it gets so much attention. Like I have heard people say like, so-and-so group is being genocided. They're not. They're being attacked by laws, by people, politically, by institutions. They're not being genocide. They're losing their rights. But if you want to call it that, if you want to talk like that and give it that kind of weight, as important as it is, then give the same equal weight to issues that other people face that are more severe, like the murder rates that I mentioned before, or the lack of access to food, or the lack of mobility, class mobility. It's like excluded completely. And I guess that's just where I'm at in my, assessment of things. It's like I just want more attention to it, and I don't feel like, for the reasons that I understand why people who do care about it and do speak well about it, when they speak, when they talk about it, it doesn't seem like they're either fully educated or there's not a willingness because their audience, that's not something that I kind of wonder if it's something that has to do with like, no one is really going to be too inclined to click on a video segment that you upload on your channel about homelessness unless it's like something really egregious, like some homeless person getting watered down in winter, or someone getting lit on fire, or it has to be like sensational in order for you to cover it.
So I guess because you've decided that you wanted to talk to me, so I will assume that you found something positive in my coverage of the topic.
Yeah, no worries. I have no issues with your. I guess I'm just trying to. The only point that it was a very minor thing where I like. I watched that video, but I recognized like already, like you don't have a lot of. I don't know how long you've been streaming. I haven't watched, too many of your videos, but I could already tell that it was like like the percentage of like you were already covering homelessness, and I had heard you talk about it, and so I could tell like I don't know what it was exactly, but I could tell like it was important to you in a way where it's kind of removed in other commentary, like that the people that talk about it are a little bit more distant in their understanding or their personal proximity to individuals in their life who have experienced that or them themselves. So I guess it was like I kind of hoped that you were friendly, and you are, and I really appreciate the time that you've given me. I don't have any criticisms of your coverage of it. I just want to improve.
Right.
If anything I've said is, you retain anything of what I've said. I know it's like difficult, sometimes, but less cursory examination of it when you talk about it. Try to be more broad spectrum about it, and but other than that, just like keep doing what you're doing, and yeah, I don't have any criticisms, just a trivial critique, how I think you can improve.
I see. Well, then I guess I have to implement it. Okay, so do we have anything else to go over?
No, no. Thanks for letting me talk at length. I greatly appreciate it. Was this helpful for you in any way?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
It gave me some thought about how to approach the topic in the future.
And I'm sorry I can't speak to like homelessness in Europe or Poland or anything. That's just.
That is just the curse of not being Polish.
Well, I mean, I would like to be like a total stat expert about, because homelessness is like, I think it's like 10 million across the world or something like that. I'm not sure. There's a lot of homeless people in the world.
Yeah. And some of them are in pretty dire straits because some terrains are also, at the same time, you deal with homelessness, but also living in a war zone, for example, or.
Yeah, let me say that, like, I understand, like, my issues, even within homelessness, like, I have some means, like I said, that other homeless people do, but I totally recognize that I am privileged compared to people who are in war or dealing with, attacks based on ethnicity, en masse, in communities and states and stuff like that. I'm happy I'm not a person that has to deal with that in the world. And I try to like keep a perspective about, where I'm at. And so.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming on. And I hope we can speak again in some time.
Sure. Just let me know. Like I said, I'm going to be, it's going to be stressful. I don't know what's going to happen, but it's kind of a major change. So
yeah, I hope
we'll
we
keep
can
in touch.
speak when you sort of settle in the new situation, and we can sort of talk about it.
Well, we'll see what happens. I just have to make a move here in my life and move on and take a risk and
take a plunge.
So thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it. Whoever listened tonight, thanks for letting me bore you or entertain you. My condolences or congratulations for staying so far. But thanks for listening. And thank you, Lucy.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Right, bye.
Okay, disconnect. Okay, so yes. So that's been the conversation. What did you think? Those of you who are still here, what did you think? I think that's it for the stream. It's been 6 hours of stream. We've done one segment and one big one, and I think that's gonna be it for tonight. Since I'm going to have to plan out how to edit this. I have a few ideas on how to edit this. We'll see. Yes, we have. I think the best thing would be to add a lot of timestamps to this one so that people can see where what. All right. Thank you all. Thank you all for coming today. And I will see you Monday probably. The weekend I'm gonna be dedicating to working through the workload of it all. Late or early, if you will. 4:47, 5 a.m. Thank you. Thank you. And I've been wanting to do more on homelessness even before this conversation, and then we have sort of a road to move forward with the topic. So that is good. We have a clear road forward to move with the topic. Okay, so good night. I'm gonna end the stream now. I'll see you soon.